Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022. We do have round 5. We had the rest day yesterday, so we're gonna have new energy, probably. I'm Women Grandmaster Katie Tsatsalashvili, and I'm honored to be joined by Grandmaster Robert Hess. Robert, do you believe that they will come back today with new energy and a lot of decisive results?
Well, I don't know if we can get as many decisive games as we had in the previous round right before the rest day. 5 games were decided by the players with the white pieces. None bigger, perhaps, than Hikaru Nakamura. Ketty, I mean, everyone was talking about that matchup, Hikaru versus Levon, and Hikaru was able to catch him in the standings in Group A.
Who could imagine that as the game developed like it was equal, they got the end game really quickly. And then seems like Hikaru was well prepared, as he said in the interview. The end game was slightly better for him, and he tried to use all these advantages as he had, and he scored very important point, and now he's back into the business. But we do have 2 faces now on the screen. Oparin, the underdog, now being the leader in the Group A. Who would imagine that, Robert? In the field where Aronian and Nakamura are fighting for the best of the Grand Prix points, Oparin is leading right now.
He is, and he deserves to be leading because he let an opportunity slip away against Hikaru Nakamura. The same was not the case against Andrei Esipenko. He beats his compatriot, and now he leads his group. And of course, Ketty, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov started with all draws in the Grand Prix to this point. Finally, he scores a victory, and at such an important time.
Robert, we were talking about Shakhriyar, if he is aware of the fact that he still can qualify at the candidates tournament, and we predicted it right. He said at the interview that he's here to play some games and he had no chance to qualify whatsoever. But then interviewer told him that, hold on, Anish Giri said that you have a chance to qualify. So that's the topic we were talking here the other day, that some of the players calculated, some of them are not calculating the chances. But now at this point, Shakhriyar already knows that he has very good chances to qualify to the tournament of the candidates in June. And maybe this is going to change a little bit of the picture. Maybe he will start to win more and more games, as now he knows there is a chance.
Well, the chances that he has somewhat rely on Grigory Oparin as we look at the cross table, that Mamedyarov not only needs to make his way through his group over Leonid Dominguez, that will be a heavyweight matchup between those two, but he needs Oparin to remain atop Group A because Grigory needs to win, needs to keep Hikaru and Levon out of the knockout. And right now, Ketty, that's the case.
Yeah, so tense situation. For now, we don't know what is really going on. Look at the Group C, for instance. All the players, 4 of them have 2 points, and we have no idea who's in best shape in this group. And Will started really badly, but then he scored the win and he joined the leaders. And this group starts the competition today, as well as the other Group D. We have the same situation. All the 4 players have 2 points. Some of them has scored victory, some of have lost. And there's also players like Giri and Yu Yangi who were more solid and made the draws, but that doesn't really matter because in the end of the day, all of them have the same points and they are starting competition today.
The competition gets very intense today because look at the pairings, Ketty. You're talking about group C and D, all knotted up, 2 points for all 4 players. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the white pieces against Wesley So. Thank you very much. That looks like a great matchup indeed. And then in Group D, will it be Amin Tabatabai winning another game? He gets the white pieces, and he gets Yu Yangyi, the player with 4 draws, but who's been playing some fighting chess.
That's right, and the situation is quite tense in Group A2. Oparin, the leader of the group, who's half point ahead of Nakamura, and Aronian now has to face Hikaru Nakamura, who scored last game, and now he feels that he's at the right place and he feels that he's in good shape. So this game will be also very interesting, as well as myself, I will be very much curious what's going to happen in the game of Mamedyarov and Dominguez, 2 leaders facing each other today. That is such an incredible round for us and for the viewers as well.
So what you're saying is that there are so many great games, and I think you believe that people should vote on who they think will win, because they have until move 10 to decide who is going to win their games. And Ketty, I have no idea. It's going to be a decisive day. I agree with you.
What I think, there will be not much of the draws today, at least what I really hope. But you guys, please vote for it. So we're gonna see who you are supporting as well in this tournament. And for more of the information, if you want to know, I just go to go.chess.com/FIDE GP 2022, and you're gonna know all the details about Grand Prix. This is the final leg. There will be no more Grand Prix this year, but a lot of fun is coming up at the candidates tournament. But before that, we have to end this tournament right here. So we're taking now a very short break and coming back with the first moves. So stay with us. Welcome back, everyone. This is fifth round at the final Grand Prix of 2022, and we don't know what's going to happen today. But Robert, do you believe that after today's games, we might have the sole leaders in the groups, or it still will be not so clear situation?
I think we are going to have some ties at the end of today, Ketty. We are entering today with two groups fully tied. Group C and D, all four players at 2 out of 4. And Dominguez and Mamedyarov, they're also tied atop Group B. And only Oparin has the lead to himself. So I think we are going to have ties. I'm not sure which players are going to be tied and who's going to win, who's going to lose. But I think we will have so much to play for tomorrow.
That is right. There is one funny information that we were chatting before the tournament. Tabatabai has qualified to the Rapid Championship. That is happening on the chess.com. So today he's playing against Yu Yang-gi. Do you think we might have here is it draw? And how much time does Tabatabai has for this game?
I'm glad you brought it up. He has 4 hours approximately to play his game against Yu Yang-gi, and then he's going to be playing against David Paravian in the Rapid Chess Championship knockout. So he needs to make quick work relatively of his game. He starts with D4, that's second from the right down in the bottom row there. And I like this scene because we get a sense of how all the players are going to start their games. And the only game that hasn't started, to my eyes, Ketty, is Levon Aronian versus Andrei Esipenko, second from the left on the top row.
That's right. Those are the players who are never late for the game. I don't believe that someone is missing for now. Maybe they just have, and here we have the first move, D4. Maybe Aronian was just thinking, this is also some psychological moment when you spend some time on the board and also waits for what's your opponent's reaction. Chess is psychological game after all. You win a lot of games according to the body language of your opponent, and just observing these situations.
Yeah, there was a game about 12 years ago, I want to say, where I spent 10 minutes on my first move, obviously not actually thinking what I wanted to do, but just letting my opponent sit there and get used to the chessboard without any move to make. But, some players are more psychological, as you're suggesting. Right now, Hikaru Nakamura on the white side of this position, Ketty, Queen C2 Nimzo. And if we just go back the first few moves here, nothing special just yet. I guess my question for you is, Hikaru's shown some great preparation thus far. He's also had some shaky positions. What do you think he's aiming for today?
If he scores here a point, he will be taking the leader's position. Oparin will be down, and Aronian has to score, and his opponent is not easy. And we know that Aronian and Esipenko made a draw in the first round, and he maybe trusts Esipenko today. And just imagine if he wins this game with white pieces, then the thing's gonna go easily for him from here. So he will try his best. I have this kind of feelings.
Yeah, so I mean, it's his turn right now. The move D5 was just played, and commonly in this position, white takes this pawn on D5, offers a trade. So I think what can be a struggle for players is sometimes they're supposed to take on D5. Other times they're supposed to keep the tension like in a Catalan, because the bishop on C8 is happier when this pawn takes on D5. So it's not an easy choice from a player's perspective who hasn't studied it, but we know Hikaru, he knows his openings very, very well.
Yes, talking about Hikaru's opening, we have seen him playing D4, we have seen him playing D4. What do you think, how he's choosing these openings? Like E4 is for more like win or solid games, or D4? What is this, Robert? Any ideas about it?
I think he's a very deep preparer. He has his second, Chris Littlejohn. They look through possible holes in their opponent's repertoire. So when he played against Levon Aronian, he repeated the game that Andrei Esipenko had just played against Levon, and then found that they could play for a slight advantage there. And now against Grigori Oparin, I believe Hikaru must have thought that he could get an opening edge against the lowest rated player in the group, who's also in first place in the group. But after D5, he's not moving. So I wonder if Grigori was the first to surprise Hikaru.
Although d5 here looks so natural move, it's one of the continuation after queen c2. Maybe he's also taking this time and just observing what is the opponent's reaction. He can do here many variations, as you are pointing out now. He can take on c takes d5, or just kick this bishop back, or play e3, develop the pieces first, and just wait a little bit. So this is a very important moment for him. At the interview, he was asked if he's showing too much of his preparations at the streams. And he said that, and I believe so, that he's showing a lot, but not enough. And not everything, because he knows that seconds are watching and they can find some weaknesses in his game. And just imagine if he's showing so much and still has so much preparation that are not covered, then he's really, really good, well prepared for the Grand Prix.
Well, Kelly, why do you think he streams so much? It's because if he's showing his openings, the seconds will have to go through hours and hours and hours, months worth of material just to find where the holes in his openings are. So, that's a good reason to stream even more. Hikaru being so popular on Twitch. And right now with the YPs, I think that he's surprised by Oparin. Of course, Hikaru has seen this position before. We've mentioned several different ideas. Pawn takes d5, e takes d5 can follow that up. There are lines even with the queen taking on d5. But the point is, it's not that Hikaru is unfamiliar with the position. I don't believe he expected it today. And now he's thinking, well, what could Grigori want from me? What does he want me to play? Does he want me to take on d5? In which case, maybe I should play knight f3. Does he want me to play a3 and get to these lines where white gets the bishop pair, but black has very good control in the center and maybe can play even some forcing lines from the black side with the move c5? We've seen this variation in previous games. And the point is that black gets very active. This was Sam Shankland against Wesley So in an earlier round. So these lines can be very enterprising from black's perspective.
All right, we're waiting for Hikaru to make his next move. He's taken quite some time, 4 minutes already, as we can see on the clock. And it's funny that we do have very similar position, and he goes a3 here. As we wanted to switch to the game, he just ruined it, this process.
He said, Ketty, we're staying right here. And we do see the trade on c3. And now black has multiple moves. Black can castle, get the king out of the center. Black can take this pawn on c4, opening up the board, and Grigori chooses castle. But c5 is one of those moves that you need to keep an eye out for if you are Hikaru. But interesting to see where this game goes to from here. It's just the early stages.
Yeah, looking forward to see. I hope now this game's gonna get a little bit more speed as the main move a3 has been played already, and now white should develop his kingside pieces. I wanted to suggest to see the other game in the group. Aronian also has similar setup against Esipenko, and we do have Nimzovic position here. I believe it started with Nimzovic, and we have this bishop d2. That is the game in group A. So let's see how we got in here and what is the difference between the first game.
Well, these players are inspiring each other because this is what Hikaru did against Andrei Esipenko. We have a Nimzo, as you pointed out, d5, knight c3, bishop comes to b4. And just like Hikaru did against Andrei, he quickly, this is Levon now, quickly plays bishop to d2. That way, if there's a trade on c3, your pawn structure is intact, and you can play rook c1 and go for the c file. So Andrei once again plays b6, and I'm actually going to bring up the game between Hikaru and Esipenko just to show you that this position has happened. Andrei was the black side of that game. I'm going to pull it up. As a reminder, this is from the second round, and this was the end of the game. But at this point in time, we have, if you look at the board between Hikaru and Andrei, and the board underneath Ketty, which is Levon and Andrei, same exact position.
Same. Find 10 difference if you can.
I have two: the players' names, the amount of time that they have on their clock. That's all I got for you.
Okay. So where did things changed, or still they are following the game of Hikaru and Esipenko?
Yeah, it's the same. So in that
it's
game,
the same. Oh, they have not made more moves.
No. And Hikaru took on d5. Esipenko took back on d5, and eventually Hikaru went bishop d3, castled the king side, put a knight on e5, and pushed that pawn to f4, and actually had an advantage. So that's why Levon is playing the way he is. I believe he's looking to Hikaru and saying, well, thank you for your idea. I'm not sure Andre handled that so well. Andre, I'm sure, has studied it since that game, but Levon must like something in this variation, which is why he is going directly into it.
Yes, and he just captured d5, now bishop d3. We like this position, as you mentioned, but then things got so strange, and Andre got the very good game, and then we saw how much he was pressing Hikaru. So that is very interesting to keep the eye on this game and check what will happen. But Robert, I think this is the result, as they had the last day as a rest day. They had time to review the other games as well, because generally you play like 6 hours and you are getting so exhausted, you have not enough time to analyze your game through all the details, and you have to prepare for your next opponent. So that's a lot of time. You cannot just stay awake all night and look the games and analyze the games. You also need to rest. So yesterday was a day off for these players, and we can now see the result. Aronian worked, and his team very likely worked really hard, and they are trying to find this advantage here in this position against Andre.
And here Levon actually changes the move, and he put his queen to c2. And from that Hikaru game, that queen stayed on d1 for a long while. It actually ventured over towards the king side. So queen c2 looks like a difference between the game of Hikaru Nakamura and Andre Esipenko, and now this round's game. So this puts immediate pressure on the h7 pawn, which is defended. It covers the e4 square another time. So a move like knight e4 can't happen too easily, or you have to at least consider the options there. And also puts the queen on the c file, Ketty. So the move c5, which is a very natural move to play, it could leave black with a hanging pawn structure, and then a rook can come to d1 because the queen is no longer there. So just these little changes in positions can be very, very important.
I agree with that. So it is black to move right now, and I would love to show you, Robert, what is happening in the other game, Hikaru Nakamura and Grigory Oparin. Before we go and cover the other games, which are also so important, we have to come back here and check out what was Hikaru's decision. Look at the pawn on h4. We cannot really skip this move.
No, we can't, because the alpha zero influence is felt in this game. And Hikaru put h4. So back here, before the move a3, Hikaru started thinking. And it's likely that he wasn't thinking about this particular move, but perhaps this h4 line, where after a3, we saw a trade, castles, knight f3, and Oparin takes on c4. That makes White's life a little more simple in the center, but White can't get e4 in Ketty because the knight on c3 is no longer here. So this is a thematic capture on c4, even though it seems to go against certain opening principles.
Right, so now White is taking this pawn by the queen, and the queen is moving just a little bit too much. Queen c2, queen c3, queen c4, and this is not the final destination. When queen is on c4, it's always under attack. And here Oparin went for b6. He wants to play next move bishop a6. So if you develop your king side by e3, bishop d3, that's very natural move. Then bishop a6 will make sense and will lose White the right of the castle. So instead of e3 here, Hikaru went for h4. Although to my eyes, bishop g5 also looks quite natural move, just to develop the dark square bishop.
Yeah, bishop g5, a very natural move indeed. And h4, I don't quite know what the idea is exactly, but after bishop a6, queen c2, now I'm wondering, Ketty, are we going to see some kind of g4 business? Like, is Hikaru going to throw all of his pawns up the board? It seems like it's slow for an attack just to play in this manner. And if I'm Grigory, there are two things I'm thinking about right now. One is does my bishop belong back on b7 because it's a better diagonal, generally speaking, than sitting on a6? And is c5 going to work? Because if c5 works, that's a move you really want to play. But with two white pieces staring at the square, it would require a pawn sacrifice.
That's right. Although the pawn sacrifice will cost white some tempos, like knight can develop with the attack on d7, then rook can come on c file if white keeps the queen on c file. And the question is, where did white go into castle? Because you cannot keep this king in the center. We have seen some of the games where king was safe in the center, but I don't believe this is the situation. This is the game, as black here can have really active game like queen a5 check, and the plan here can be really easy to go in the center, activate the pieces, but white's plan is not so easy. c5 is on the board, by the way, and we might see this variation.
So no fear from Grigori Oparin. And is this pawn going to keep running up the board? And one of the good ideas of putting this pawn on h6, and he takes on c5 first, but if this pawn could jump to h6 in one turn, you're prying open the dark squares. Only white has a dark squared bishop. So if you could force a move like g6, then this diagonal will be a problem. And we've seen that in other games in the FIDE Grand Prix. But look at Grigori, knight d7. He sacrifices the pawn, but not on the c5 square, because white doesn't have to take on c5. White can make a different move, a developing move with his bishop somewhere on the diagonal and try to go after this weakness later. So Grigori says, if I'm going to take back on c5, it's going to be with the knight. And Kedu, as you were pointing out, c6, just the rook slides over to c8, and it looks like black's going to get that pawn.
Yes, after c5 and d takes c5, I thought, well, there is black's idea here. B takes c5. It's so obvious that white is not going to take it back, and white will just develop the pieces and gonna have this pawn as a shield on the c file, so rook will not be active. And while I was thinking through this process, he made knight d7, and I love this move. If you take another pawn on b6, now the c file is open. White can take with, first can attack, and white can take this pawn with knight, queen, pawn, anything. I think they look just beautiful, and they look very nice. And white's, all the pieces are, look at this, they are all developed. And black's pieces are developed and white's pieces are still on the first rank. Only knight and queen are developed here.
Yeah, this would be a disaster for white. White's up 2 pawns at the moment, but your queen is probably just going to the first rank, because if you go forward with move like queen a4, again, you're allowing black's pieces out with tempo while protecting this bishop. And as Kedu was pointing out, the queen can always take on b6, the rook, the queen. I mean, all of black's pieces are working perfectly in this position. There's a king stuck in the center. It's not every day, Kedu, that's -5, and white is up 2 pawns this early in the game.
Oh, that hurts here for white, because you have 2 extra pawns and it gives -5. Wow.
No development.
I don't believe this is Hikaru's preparation. I don't believe he's going to this direction. How about move c6? How about he keeps the pawn in here, and after rook c8, he finds some way to hold a pawn on c6?
It's probably a better try, right? Because black's pieces will have to be distracted, take a bit of time to get this pawn. But I actually think it's quite easy to get to it. If you try to play b4, a4, b5, it's too slow. The bishop does cover the b5 square immediately. And if you just develop with a move like bishop out to g5, already black could undevelop the knight with knight b8, but I think bishop b7 does the trick. You just go directly for the pawn, exploit the fact that it's pinned. And Katie, when I look at a position like this, I don't really see the issue for black.
No, it's a very good position. c6 is on the board, so we're gonna see this pawn alive for some time here. Is his plan after rook c8 b4 and then queen a4 b5 just to hold the pawn on c6? If white keeps the pawn on c6 safely and alive, then white can have advantage for sure.
Right, and in b4 you want to get that pawn going. And that's a good point, because if you play bishop b7, now b5 just allows white to keep the passed pawn, extra pawn, and it's winning. So you have to stop the move b5 from white, which is stopped for the moment. And if you play bishop b5, thinking you're going to win the pawn, you see the evaluation go up again, because knight d4 is a very important move, attacking the bishop and protecting this pawn at the same time. So I think, Ketty, after b4, the knight will have to undevelop to b8 to get this pawn. b5 not available, and this would get the pawn back for black, but also undevelop a little bit.
Yes, how about queen f4 here? If you want to push b5, you're really stubborn with this move. If rook takes c6, then b5 gonna happen, then fork this rook and the bishop. Knight cannot take because bishop is hanging, and I know your answer here. How about b5 for black, right?
Well, it's actually unbelievable that I went knight takes c6 expecting it to be losing for black, but after queen takes a6 here, it's losing for white, because when you don't have development, when your king is still in the center, this is how positions can go very wrong. That black just gave away a bishop, and Kenny and I both probably thought that white would be happy, but the problem is now knight c2 is a check and checkmate, because the queen covers the d file, and if you trade pieces here, after queen takes d4, the rook is hanging, queen c3 check is a problem, knight coming to e4, more pieces into the attack, or the rook to d8. No, white's getting checkmated this early in the game.
Yeah, honestly, I have not even considered knight c6 when I saw the bishop was hanging. I stopped the variation there, never looked for the continuation, because it's just hard to continue the line where one side drops a piece just like this.
Right.
What a beautiful line.
It really is beautiful. And rook takes c6 with b5. And black, honestly, in addition to these kind of crazy knight takes c6 lines, I mean, move queen d5, just stopping this b5 move at all costs. And you're going to win this pawn back with great centralization and development. So this is why when you're up material, sometimes it's best to give it back. And Hikaru in the game after rook c8, c6, rook c8, he went bishop g5. He's saying, you know what? You can have that pawn back. I need to develop quickly because otherwise my king is going to be in some danger.
That's right. So now this bishop pins the knight. Is he going to take the knight on f6 and then play knight g5? Because we are struggling to understand why Hikaru played h4 there. And at least in this variation, h4 supports knight on g5, and there is some danger on the king side. Do you believe that after, for instance, knight b7 move or bishop b7, he's going for trade and knight g5?
I have a hard time imagining it, because after takes, I was thinking the knight could just take back. So, you know, the knight's already defending. This pawn is going down, and you gave away your two bishops advantage. So knight g5 is definitely somewhere to be played. I wonder if there's a variation where that makes sense, but it's hard to envision it.
Probably.
Yeah,
instead
maybe.
of bishop b7, yeah, knight to b8.
So if bishop f6, and now if queen takes f6, well, you could also play c7 to keep that pawn alive for longer. But knight g5, as you're pointing out, also makes perfect sense.
Okay, but there is not mandatory to withdraw this knight back at the starting position when there is bishop b7, for instance, and I don't believe that white can hold this pawn anymore, but what he can do is rook d1 and then queen b1 if you take it with a rook. So you develop your queen side pieces and they create some threats now. There's a pin on f6 knight, and there's also pin on d7 knight. Yeah,
rook d1 makes perfect sense. You could also, I guess, play knight d4 if you really want to cling to this pawn, but I think in either direction, black is winning this pawn, because whether rook d1 gives it the pawn immediately, and then the queen can tuck itself away. And if knight d4 in this position, black can just keep going after this pawn with all your pieces. And now the knight on d4 is under attack. So black is winning the pawn back, but your rook d1 idea in some position, it's at least keeping the game complicated, and Grigory will have to find some correct moves.
That's right. Robert, do you believe that h4 is theory here and it has been played before?
Easy way to answer that. I see at minimum a dozen games in this line with h4. So it is a move that is known, maybe not necessarily to Oparin, but he's playing quickly, so I guess he feels fine having faced it. But H4 in this position is not even close to the most popular move. It is Bishop G5, as you pointed out earlier, Kitty.
All right, we couldn't ask more tense game as we have here, and this is very important for these two players. Hikaru is trying to win the group, as then after winning the group, it's going to be a guarantee for him. So we do have here graphics to see the head results, and let's bring it. So Hikaru versus Oparin, and Hikaru versus Andrekin.
Yeah, so Hikaru against Oparin, it looks like Hikaru has a 1 win and no losses, just a couple draws there. In classical chess, and then against Andrei Esipenko, who he will face in the final round. He'll have the black pieces, though. Same exact score, 1 win, 2 draws, and no losses.
Right, so close results, right?
Yeah, and
he expects to have a leader the year, but
yeah, I mean, I guess part of it is Hikaru hasn't played all that much over the board chess in recent years. It's what people have been talking about nonstop. And Esipenko is very young, so he only just got to the upper echelons of the chess world. So yeah, not too many games between these players.
Yeah, that's a good point. So here we have the bird's eye view. All the games are very interesting, but what gets my eye is the game of Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley So in Group C. That is the left side down there. We have pawn on G4 and cannot move around and not check this game. So how we got in here, this is not quite common position.
It's not common for white to have a pawn on G4, black to be up a pawn because of some kind of B5 move. I see this twice a day at least, Ketty. No, this is a very unique position for sure. So let's see how we got here. It was another Nimzo Indian defense, and after bishop before F3 played by Maxime, and he's got a same-ish positions. They're not that popular at the highest level. So what do you think Maxime had up his sleeve?
He doesn't want to go to the main line because I have a feeling that he got caught in the openings, as he's usually playing the same openings as we are talking very often about. So I think he goes to the line where he has some ideas. Now white wants to control the center with E4 pawn, and if black goes with D5 to avoid this, then he has still some way to get slightly better positions, just maybe pleasant positions. So I think he just wanted to change something against Wesley So.
Well, you know what he changed, Ketty? If we go back a little bit, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave playing 1d4, that's already a huge change because Maxime has played the white side of a Berlin more times than anybody can count, more times than anybody should, honestly. But Maxime in this game, feeling like it's a must win because he'll get black in the final game of the group stage. He plays D4. So that's already a shock to the system. And then he plays this F3 move, Ketty. So clearly from the first move of the game, Maxime is showing that he did not want Wesley to be well prepared for this one.
Right. He's trying a lot of ways here at this tournament, as now he is in the position where he can be a leader. This is a quite shock for Wesley. I'm sure he's thinking like, oh, my 2 days preparation, it's just a waste of time now, because if he never plays D4, not very often, then obviously Wesley was focused pretty much on move 1 E4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, Wesley's for sure spent his time on E4, and we're getting to one of the sharper lines in this opening with B5, which is trying to collapse white center. And this is a noteworthy pawn sacrifice because if you take on E6, black takes back, and you take on B5, I think it's called the Blumenfeld Gambit or something like this, where now you see that white is up a pawn, but black has a huge center and activity with this move D5. So it's not worth taking that pawn, at least not at this high level.
I used to play this when I was a kid. It was my first favorite gambit that I loved to play this with black. And I know that in many lines, white should put the pawns on e3 to stop d4 coming forward. And when white is ready to push e4 and force black to play d4 in that positions, and then bishop c4 and start to play against e6 pawn. But now we have this pawn on f3. This is a game changer here. You cannot very easily go this e3 4s because you also have weaknesses on the dark squares, and black has here really good play. Black can play bishop b7, castle e5, control the center, then start the king side attack. And when there is a king side attack, you never want f pawn to be pushed. So this is a good reason why MVL did not capture the pawn on b5, and he knows this detail for sure. And he went himself to start this kind of kingside attack by g4.
Exactly, and you made a very good point that the Blumenfeld gambit is with the knight, on f3, not the pawn there. So d6 played by Wesley's response, knight e2. So just giving up this pawn. Maxime wants to keep his pawn center as intact as possible. And after pawn takes c4, the knight went out to f4. So it's protecting the d5 square with your pieces. After e takes d5, you don't want to take with the pawn. You're about to see the evaluation go down a lot. Exactly. This is not what white wants, because that pawn becomes a target. As the knight gets to b6, the bishop on b7, all of black's pieces can stare at this pawn. So if the pawn took on d5, the knight takes on d5, and white will take back with the queen here, which is also a problem for this rook on a8, this pawn on c4, and all that good stuff. So that's why Wesley played e5. And Ketty, as we get to the moment of g4 here, I feel like it's a really combative position. And which side would you choose if you had to play from this position?
White. I like these positions by white, and look at this. Knight e2 is very a natural move. You don't really step on the square of your bishop, which can take this pawn on c4 and stop this development on the king side. But he had a play now. Then he played knight f4 with the idea which you just mentioned, and he was not afraid that he will lose a tempo, because e5 kicks the knight and he goes back on e2. And here we have this position again. Bishop is stuck there, can find a square to go for a moment, but it is worth it to lose this tempo because the position is closed. It's totally closed. And basically it's white's wheel here to open or not to open the position. And the next move, g4, this always shut down the black's ideas of f5 and kingside attack. And the knight will go to g3 to jump on f5. We know that knight g6, knight g3 is always a good idea. And then after all of this, white can start to take the pawn on c4. White can start to push even h4, h5. He can also not castle on the king side. It's not really mandatory to castle. You can always bring king f2, king g2, keep the king on rook on h1. And very often we might see some king side attack for black. It is not dangerous. Black can hold this, but white gets a lot of space advantage on the king side.
Yeah, already Wesley has a very big decision because with the space advantage that Kenny was just highlighting, do you play h5 and fight for some space of your own? Because if you don't play h5, you were mentioning white can just start pushing these pawns up the board, and that's going to be a nuisance for black to deal with. And the center is closed. That's very important because often when you're getting attacked on a flank, you want to open the center. And that's exactly why Maxime spent that tempo when knight f4 and right back to e2, because pawns don't move backwards. Black's best try to break open the center is usually with e6. But when white went knight f4, challenging the center, trying to take this pawn, and as Kay mentioned, some of the Blumenfeld gambit positions go after the e6 square. Black played e5 because he felt he didn't really have too many choices. And then now the position is closed in the center, which gives white a freer hand to expand on the king side and go for these knight g3, h4, etc. plans. And I think that it's easier to play this position from white, even though the engine says black's doing even slightly better. It's not about the objective evaluation, so how you're feeling when you get to this position right now.
Yeah, that's true. You have more space with white, you have more opportunities for your pieces, and you have plans both sides. And Robert, in these positions, very often when we push f3 and g4, there is this kind of ideas of knight sacrifices on e4, on g4, and then queen h4. But this is not working, as white has this knight on e2, and knight can cover the check and G4 pawn will not be hanging. So it's going to be just a free piece for white, and white will be very glad to have this position. So also there's no so much of tactics here for black side, and that's why white pushed G4 without any problems.
That's right. Queen H4 check looks scary, but the knight blocks, and so that means that white has everything under control. I'm very curious to see how this game goes. I think that Wesley is going to be sitting and thinking for a long while, because a move like H5 is one that I mentioned, but you're inviting G5 to kick this knight out, and then white can play H4, and at some point F4 might come, breaking open the entire king side, and that could be scary business for Wesley. This is a really big moment. Once you push a pawn, it's not coming back. So will Wesley push his pawn? Will he start moving his knight away and trying to get his bishop out? White has more space, even though black has more material.
That's right. So very interesting game. I believe this gonna heat up. So we're now bringing the bird's eye view and checking the other games too. And for a moment when I saw knight on G5, I was like, I told you, Robert, and Hikaru is going to play knight to G5. But then it was the game of Aronian and Esipenko, and it's like, okay, it's just different game, but it looks so similar as it was the same opening at the beginning.
Wow. I honestly, when I looked, I thought the same thing, but it's a different game. It's Levon Aronian and Andrei Esipenko. And I know we spent a lot of time here in this division, in this group, because it is so important. These two players, Hikaru Nakamura and then Levon Aronian, they are right behind Report in the standings for the Grand Prix points. And Keddy, we left off just a few moves ago, but things have changed so much. In this position, we saw queen coming to C2, then rook went to E8, and after A3, I think this is why Levon played for this variation, because just like in the game against Hikaru, you can take on C3. It's not really advised to hand white the bishop pair, but the bishop goes all the way back to F8, and I guess that Levon, he did his homework. He looked at the position in depth with the engines, and he plays this move knight G5, creating what looks like a one-move threat. But Keddy, there's more than just the pawn that's under attack if black were to make the move H6.
Oh, I love this move. Let's show it on the board. If H6, which looks so natural move, just because the rook and the bishop has this weird location there on the back rank, this leaves F7 pawn unprotected. So now bishop to H7 gives a check and wins the game, because you cannot take this bishop. There's a checkmate. Queen takes H7. So you don't want to be checkmated in two moves. So you have to step aside by the king. But that's not any good, because now knight comes on F7 and it's a checkmate anyway.
Yeah, we'll say it's not checkmate. You could take my bishop. I know you're going into the queen's path. You lose your queen, but no, it's checkmate on the board. So Levon playing what looks like a 6-year-old is going for with knight to G5, because it forces the move G6. How else do you defend this pawn? H6, the natural play we just showed, doesn't work. Knight E4. How many white pieces are here? 1, 2, 3, 4. How many black defenders? 1, 2, 3. Not enough. So you can just take this pawn on E4 and you win a free pawn in the center. This is really, really bad for black. So by process of elimination, G6 and Keddy, anytime there's a fee and kettle pawn structure, I say this, go for H4, think about it at the very least, and he is trying to break open the king side with the move H5.
Oof, that is so dangerous here for Andrei Esipenko. And, white will never castle on the short side. White will keep the rook on H1. White can even think of a long castle here to bring another rook into the game. And I will not be surprised if I see something like H5, E4 even, to open up everything on the board. Black has to develop the pieces on the queen side yet, and these pieces are not helping, especially the knight is really good in guarding the king, but it's just too far away, and you don't have time to develop your knight, because I believe there are some sort of sacrifices on F7, H7, bishop G6. There can be some sacrifices that Andrei has to consider.
Exactly. H6, knight takes F7, king takes, bishop g6. There's already 2 pawns for the sacrifice piece. And after king g7, just like Mamedyarov did against Vincent Keymer, I'm not sure we're taking this rook. I think we're leaving that rook and just making a move like castles queenside or throwing more pieces into the attack. The bishop is very, very strong over here in front of the black king. So I don't think I would take the rook. I would leave it.
Yeah, so h4, you don't, because Robert, in here, I think bishop costs more pawns than a rook. It's just more powerful, and you need to keep powerful pieces in the attack. I kind of have a feeling that Andrei was not ready for this. Look at his time; he's down to 1 hour now. He had played this game, but maybe he was not expecting that it's going to happen again. And also, moves like bishop f8, it's not improvement at all. It's just he goes the same when he loses a lot of time on the clock. So I think he did not really expect this to happen, and maybe he did not even analyze deeply the other game against Hikaru.
Well, he just played c5, which goes into the notion that when someone's attacking the flank, you can try to strike in the center. And if white takes on c5, this would be a big mistake, because then black can quickly develop, maybe even throw in a d4 move at some point. That's scary on the a2 g8 diagonal, but also the white king's in the center. And look at Levon. He's not even thinking. He went h5. He has worked this all out. And what Andrei is doing is he's desperately trying to find a way to save his king, to have a playable game. But he knows he's playing against a computer, because Levon work this out with the engine. And if you take on d4 thinking, thank you for the free pawn, you can't take me back, up goes the eval bar, because h takes g6. This king is in dire straits with the queen going to land on g6, right? If you take like you want to towards the center, bishop takes g6, it's just checkmate.
You cannot survive here. F takes g6, queen g6, and bishop g7. You think that, oh, I'm survived here, but then is that rook h8 just like check and force you to take it, and the knight h7? That's small, but queen f7 is just a checkmate in one move. You don't really need to be fancy. You just checkmate the king.
Exactly. Your tactic that you're pointing out that's a good one for people to learn. And here it's not as good because there was checkmate in one move, but the bishop is pinned, so the king has to take. And as Ketty was pointing out, the knight fork wins the queen for the knight and that rook that was just sacrificed. So that's a really cool tactic. I'm glad you pointed that out. But yeah, checkmate in one's a little bit better than
just a little bit, not too much
than the fancy tactic. So, Ketty, we're 40 minutes into the round. I have a strong feeling that Levon Aronian is going to win this game.
I agree with that. He is so ready. He has not spent any time on the clock. It's his home preparation, and we know it. Andrei knows it, and this is the worst thing when your opponent is blitzing out moves like h5 here. Like, it's so much of the things happening on the board. d4 is hanging. There is this kingside attack, and he doesn't care. He's just blitzing it out. And Aronian, he's playing blitz tournament here at the Grand Prix.
Well, he did lose the last game against Hikaru, and nobody wants to make Levon mad, but Levon, he seems mad. And knight takes f7, knight takes h7, sacrifices on g6. It's a very direct assault against the black king here. And I think from my perspective, rook e7 feels like one way to defend, but that's such an awkward configuration of pieces. You're blocking your queen, you're blocking your bishop, and rook e7, it does defend the 7th rank here, but the attack doesn't necessarily need to be knocked out immediately. And I could even consider the sacrifice. These are not my pieces, and it seems like it's good. Ketty, I'm just going to take on g6. You're going to take back. And if you do that, then I just can play bishop takes, castles queenside, rook lift, other rook over. It's
worthy. It's worth to sacrifice this piece for sure. And Robert, is there a move like bishop g7, just trying to cover the king somehow? Is that move working here?
I'm still looking at knight takes h7. Like, what if I just do what I set out to do, and I take on h7, you take back, I take, you're going to take me, I'll take over here with the bishop. Your knight has the f8 square, so that actually is an improvement. I like this better for black than the other variations, because the knight on f6 leaves this bishop here to stay, and that's not something you want It's taking away the king's escape squares. It's in the attack. So knight f8 gives away this rook. And if we get here, this is like what Vincent Keymer wanted. He wanted to give away the rook for that bishop, and now it's two minor pieces for a rook and a couple pawns. The material imbalance is not so clear.
Yes, yes. Maybe this is the dream scenario for Andre. He's now facing h5 move. Not easy to find the move that can save your king and not lose the game in 1 hour. There's gonna be a strategy for Andre. And the other games, we have covered only 3 games now because they are so interesting, and we have 8 games. All of them are so important here and also quite promising for us. I see another h4 there. I see queen on d3. This is crazy round, but we're going to take a break right now to grab some water we need some energy to cover this. You guys don't want to miss anything here in this round, so don't go anywhere because we'll be back in a few minutes.
And as we return, we want to mention somebody who's not even taking part in the FIDE Grand Prix. Unfortunately, Liren was not able to make his way to Berlin for either the first or the third leg. But Keddy, all of a sudden, he has a chance to qualify for the candidates because his rating is higher than everybody else, not named Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja.
That's right. He needs to have 30 rated games this year. He has only 4. But guess what? He's playing chess tournament.
He is. He's playing a quadruple round robin tournament in China. And, you know, there's no top event that Liren should ever miss. He is such a fantastic player. He has been one of the top few players by rating for a number of years now. And his current rating is 27.99. You need 30 rated games. He had only played 4, but he won a game today. And he'll have many more. Now, I have to say, and I don't want to be the downer here, it is a little strange to me that a quadruple round robin can suddenly be organized, and the incentives are not really aligned. The incentives for Liren are to play a bunch of games, keep his rating. And usually when there's a competition, people want to beat that player. But when you're playing your compatriots, do they really want to beat him? Doesn't that ruin the entire purpose of him playing in the event? And I'm not at all, let me be completely clear about this. I am not accusing anyone of anything, because I believe every player in that field is a fantastic chess player and is a very good person from everything I know of them. But I'm just saying it is a little strange to have a tournament pop out of nowhere and for the sole purpose of getting graded games in. I just think it is not what we're used to seeing. I think that perhaps FIDE didn't take this into account in its entirety. And I would understand if a player like Levon Aronian or Anish Giri had a problem with what's going on.
That's a good point. For now, they have this Grand Prix and no one knows what they should rely on. Like Aronian has a very good chance to qualify from the Grand Prix, but what if he's not, and then someone else gets the rating spot? So he will be really upset. I'm looking forward of Levon's tweet today, or interview, and we might have some picture there. And additionally, Liren gonna play Asian Games 2022. Chess is part of it, and they have rapid, blitz, and classical chess too. And as I have information, there will be 9 rounds there. So he has to collect all 24 rounds, and I think they are working on it.
They are working on it. And you know who's working on something here? It's Amin Tabatabai working on his chances to play in the Rapid Chess Championship, because Amin, he was second place yesterday, tied with Fabiano Caruana in the Rapid Chess Championship Swiss tournament. And he's going to play in the knockout if he gets his game done in time. And Keddy, if we look at his position right now, am I seeing this correctly? Does that say plus 2.2 for Amin Tabatabai after 9 moves of chess?
It says so, and I can't wait to see what happened here and what is happening here. Let's take a look at the first moves, how the knight end up on c3. It's not a free knight there, it's guarded for a moment, but it will not be guarded in white's next move. But still, we need to know what is happening here and how we got in here.
Okay, let's first backtrack to see how we got here. That's probably the most useful thing to do. It was at the start, another Nimzo-Indian defense. Here, knight f3 was the choice. We saw f3 by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We saw queen c2 by Hikaru Nakamura. And here we see knight f3, d5, and a3. So this early move, Keddy, forces the bishop to make a choice. You don't want to move the same piece twice in the opening, because there was no point of going to bishop b4 if you're just going back to e7 in this variation. So takes, c5. And here the move a4 was played. And as far as I see, that move hasn't been played in a top level game before.
This is something new to my eyes too. There is move bishop g5 or e3, and we have this very common pawn structure where white trades the d5 pawn, and then black tries to develop the queen side, like b6, bishop a6, knight c6, knight a5. And yeah, this is happening quite often, but a4 is something new to me too. But I like this idea to have a chance to bring the dark square bishop on a3, which will control all the diagonal, as now black's dark square bishop is missing. Then it makes white's bishop all alone here.
Yes, it's the only dark square bishop on the board. So bishop a3 ideas make perfect sense. And here, you went knight e4, going after the c3 pawn, and e3 played, giving up that pawn to go queen c2. And Katie, I'm just confused by all the tension that we have between these pawns over here. And the move knight e4 is what I would probably play, just retreating the knight. And Yu Yangyi spent a bunch of time and took on d4. And now the evaluation bar goes up very high because after knight takes d4, this knight has to scram back to e4. And it feels like the position's opening up in all sorts of ways, and should be the black king that's in worse shape than the white king, though both are in the center for now.
Well, they're in the center. There's also some checks for white's king, queen a5, but white is the first to give checks and threats. So after knight e4, is there a move like c takes d5, e takes d5, and knight b5 maybe? Also the c7 pawn, c7 square is weakened, or maybe bishop a3 to stop black's king castling, bishop b5, check. So yeah, it's white to move, but white has to find that maybe one move which keeps the big advantage.
Yeah, it's actually not that easy to figure out because knight b5, then black will play knight to c6, right? And to close down the c file, get some development. So that move, it looks good. Oops, sorry, back in this variation here, and knight takes d4 was played. But here, bishop b5 check, bishop d7, I guess, and now bishop a3. That's important because the king has places to run away, whereas with the bishop on f1, it would have been more awkward. So this is just a direct attack against this king. And if you play a6, I think that after bishop d7, if you take with the knight, a move like knight f5 could happen at any moment. White can, of course, just castle. Black's king will never find safety.
Oh, knight f5 is knight g7 checkmate. In fact, it's black to watch out here. Yeah, knight g7 here. It's a game over for black's king. And I was thinking, what is the difference between c takes d4? Why this move is so bad? Because it looks okay. You just take this pawn first and then knight d4 or knight d4 right away. But in this position, yeah, here black can go knight d4 too. But in this position, black allowed white's another piece to go in the center, be very active, and also it opened up the c file, the diagonal. So all these three components is enough to have white's big advantage, if not winning.
And I think one important question that we should address is, what about queen a5 check? And maybe this in his head is what Yu Yangyi was relying on. So if the king goes to d1, there's already knight c3 check, and then the king has to go back into a check. So the knight can even take on d5 with check or go back. So the king e2, if you play knight c3 check now, the king doesn't just have to walk back to e1. King d3 is winning because the knight is under attack by two pieces. And if that knight moves, you drop your bishop on c8.
Oh, king d3. Imagine. King d3 can be a winning move where all the pieces are still on the board, but yeah, chess is a very dynamic game, and moves like this can easily end the game. So wow, king d3. We do have c takes d5 now on the board. Tabatabai plays it. He wants to end this game really fast. We thought that maybe he wants to make a draw with 5 pieces and then play rapid championship, but he might even win this full point here.
It's a day full of novelties. I mean, this a4 move, it was a new move, and Yu Yangyi didn't see it coming. He didn't know how to respond to it. And it's clear that what he did is incorrect. So now that we have seen what's happening in the game, perhaps just castling and just to get the king out of the center makes perfect sense, because white isn't in time to make a move like bishop a3. It's not that scary when the king is in the center here, because moves like queen a5 to go after this pawn, followed up with knight to e4. Getting greedy in the opening with your king in the center seems like he's going to pay the price for it, is Yu Yangyi. As just to go back to the game, c takes d5 was in fact played, and this looks so bad for black.
It is looking so bad, but not as black as the game for Andrei Esipenko, as I can already see that his king is under check. White is in attack. That's the game in Group A. On the left side, on the top, we have to see what is going on.
Oh my goodness. We left off H5. Andre plays H6, a move we didn't even like when that pawn was still on H4 because of sacrifices. And here the knight sacrifices on G5, bringing the king to F7. That's a check and a fork. King takes and bishop G6 check. Levon has more time than he started with. Where is this king going, Ketty? If you go king to G7, I think it's time to bring the queen into the attack. Queen F5. The knight is frozen with queen F7 check. And you know what that means? That if the knight can't move, rook H7 check is going to hurt. Knight takes H7, queen F7 is check. No matter if the king goes to H8 or H6, queen takes H7 is check and mate.
Oh, that is so strong threat after queen F5. I believe black cannot really stop rook H7 coming because all these black pieces are not connected and they are not really helping king. So, and on top of it, the G5 pawn is thinking after losing G5, then black's king will be just all alone there, and there will be some discovered checks too. For the moment, king is under the check, but black can also bring this king the other side. How about this king to E7?
Okay, king E7, let's run away. Queen F5 is still very, very tempting just to go after this pawn and bring the queen into the attack. What else can you play here? You know, castling queenside can't be too bad either. The rook is stuck. So this is one moment, again, where we should remind people you don't have to take a rook just because you can. The rook can't even move. So not only do you not want to give away an attacking piece, you can do that at any point. The rook's not getting out of there. So castling queenside is possible. Queen F5 is possible. Even taking on C5 to open up more of the board. Katie, I'm not sure which of those moves is the best, but they all look amazing for white.
It looks like you're at the fancy restaurant. You have big menu in front of you. You're very hungry and you don't know what to choose, which meal to choose, because all of them looks delicious. And you will be happy in the end of the day. White here can find at least 3 ways, as we saw here. But yeah, even move like E4 here to open up the center, bring the bishop, dark square bishop in the game. That's gonna be game over for black.
I mean, this is +5, blacks up a little bit of material, but the king is in the center. And it's funny because white's king is in the center as well, but white's king is very safe. No pieces are attacking it, whereas all of white's pieces are about to go after this black king. This is as brutal, as one-sided as it gets. So I think if people were asking, Levon lost to Hikaru, is he out of it? Is he going to go on a tilt? And the answer is absolutely not. All he did was tilt his head to the side, say, let's do some preparation, throw the H-pawn up the board, and win a game in under 20 moves.
Yeah, against Andrei Esipenko, who we consider him so solid at this tournament, as he's the last moment replacement of Dmitry Andreikin. He is showing so far really good chess, but today something went really wrong because this is 1 hour after the start of the game and he is just losing the game. And I believe there is no way to come out from this attack.
No, if he resigned, this is one of those moments where I wouldn't be like, you resigned too early. The spectators can't understand. The king is being hunted and there's very little you can do. And Andre, he's had a bad 2 games in a row. He had a great position against Hikaru earlier in the event. He was doing well in the first 3 games with some draws. And then Grigori Oparin decided to break his spirit. And this is going to be a second defeat in a row for Esipenko with the black pieces. And Hikaru tomorrow better hope that Esipenko hasn't recovered and that he can get another shot at him, because this is Levon's game. And that's bad news for Hikaru Nakamura and his chances to make the candidates to the Grand Prix. If Levon can win this game, and if Hikaru doesn't win the game of his own against Oparin right now, then Levon and Oparin will share the lead.
Yeah, that's right. And also, Robert, it's quite different how you're losing your game after a long fight in the end game because of some inaccuracy or because of this. Like, Black never had a chance here. He played the game as he played before, and something went wrong for him. Let's take a look at the head-to-head between these two players and see what is the result. Is any of these players leader in the classical chess or other time formats? And we see that there's one win for Aronian before.
Yes, he beat Andre in classical chess one time, and the other game is a draw. They have not played in the quicker time patrols. And for Oparin, he's drawn Levon 2 times, and that's all the games they've played. So not too many games. It's hard to make much of a small sample size like that. But right now, Levon Aronian, he is showing why we've been calling him maybe the most informed player in the world. He's gained so many rating points, even just from the first Grand Prix leg. And this game is pretty much over. So there's another game that caught my eye. If we can venture over to it, the game between Hikaru and Oparin will continue. That one looks interesting. But the game I wanted to point out was the one between Mamedyarov and Dominguez, second from the right on the top row over there. There's a bishop on h6. There's a bad pawn on e6. It's a bishop pair for white. And they're 18 moves in after the last move played was queen to h3. It's a move that actually the engine didn't really like. I thought that this would be a very natural move going for an attack, but it seems that it was perhaps premature.
What move could be played there instead of queen h3? Because yeah, it looks very natural. Is there a move like rook b3?
I was thinking b3 first, maybe, just because kicking this knight, if you take this pawn on e5, now I was going to play here, but I'm now not so sure. Yeah, I don't. What is it?
I thought white wanted to first guard if e5 pawn, like rook e1 or a 4 move, and then to kick this knight.
The problem though is this b2 pawn is loose as well, so this knight's attacking 2 pawns at once, and so I guess let's move the a1 rook over. Then black can consider even taking this pawn on b2. Another idea actually is bishop g5, trading off these bishops, because if you take, now the queen helps the knight go to d2. It also hits the e5 pawn, and the b2 pawn is hanging for good measure.
Oh wow, things can change drastically here in this game after bishop g5 if you just blunder this move. So queen h3 has been played to attack the pawn on e6, and now the question is, bishop g5 was such a bad for white. Is black still going to play this? Is it any good?
Looks very reasonable, because if we trade here after queen takes e6, black plays queen takes e5, offering the trade of queens, and white doesn't really want to back up because maybe black can start stealing all these pawns. And if we trade, I feel like black is happy to be in this endgame. Maybe white has a little bit of a pull with the bishop, but the knight's very active. The pawns are, for now, safe and sound. So I'm very curious. So I'm going to just check here. It says that white is like +2, and I'll pull up the move queen G. Okay, this is not really intuitive at all. So you give up the pawn with an attack against the queen. Then you play queen G3, which stops bishop G5 and attacks this knight. And if you defend the knight, it just wants to play for pressure in the middle of the board. There's potentially a sacrifice on G6 at some point, but this is what the engine wants. It's just a pawn sacrifice that's temporary and going for the e-file.
All right, but how about bishop d6 to guard the knight in this way, and also to look for g3 queen?
F4, and I think a sacrifice is about to happen on g6.
And then rook f3, rook h3, rook lived.
Yeah, just bring all your pieces in the attack. Dominguez has a lot of time. He's been getting in time trouble throughout this event. I'm guessing this is a moment he would really, really, really like to take back, because he has an opportunity to kick this knight. Maybe instead of knight takes e5, a move like knight a3 or knight b6 or something like that keeps the position a little more closed. And he might not have liked this move, knight a3, because if the bishop goes to d1, it is going to g4 in the near future, but white's retreating before springing forward. So I don't want to be too harsh, but that was a missed opportunity. After queen h3, it says that black is doing just fine.
All right. And Robert, if there is not any of these crazy lines to trade the dark square bishop, but black goes some move like queen d7 to guard e6 pawn, then what will be white's response?
Maybe b3, because now after knight takes here, there's rook to e1, and you're just trying to go for this e6 pawn. You'd rather keep the queens on the board for a potential attack. So something like this could be a bit nerve-wracking for the king on g8.
Okay, that's right. This is very important game in the group, as both players are sharing the leader's position, and this can be a decisive game for the group. So we're gonna wait a little bit here for black as Shahriar is taking his time. We're gonna bring the bird's eye view and check out the other games. What gets my attention here from starting is the game of Pretke and Sam Shankland in Group C. That is the down there on the left side, second game. I see the queen on d3 and white's pawn from b3 to b4. This pawn is hanging.
I love moves like that. So the last move was in this position, looks very calm, nothing's going on. Okay, here you go. You have 1, 2, 3 pieces all staring at this b4 square, and white has 0 pieces defending it. So b4, the point of this move is clearly to open up the queen's diagonal and put some pressure against this king in the center. So if you take with the knight on b4, so you don't want to ruin your pawn structure, I think you start with knight e5 perhaps, because if the queen takes on d2, there it goes all the way up. Queen a4 check can't be dismissed over here, as this king is in just grave danger.
But yeah, and after knight c6, there can be moves like knight c6 or rook to d1 first to cut the king from d file and then to take the knight. But this is not good for Sam, as his king is stuck in the center, and if it's not checkmate right now, it will be later because it takes some time to castle. What happens if pawn takes on b4?
That's a very good question. I think because the pawn now is no longer on c5, perhaps white can even make a move like knight d4, an interesting move, cutting the rook and the queen off from one another. And if you decide to take, then there's bishop takes d4, queen a4 check, this pawn, the bishop on f8 has a little bit of trouble moving, the c file is open. So maybe it's knight e5 rather than knight d4 because it's a little more forcing, like you have to react. But these type of moves where if you take on d2, there goes the evaluation bar again, because queen h5, it goes for checkmate. These rooks are coming to d1, and the black king, even though black is up 2 pawns here, is stuck in the center.
Yeah, that's right. So b4 pawn seems to be a great sacrifice here for white. He wants to open up the queen side, and he's actually using the fact the king is not castled yet. So what black should do here, if you just continue developing moves like bishop e7 or bishop d6, if c5 pawn might be hanging, or yeah, we can also see the same lines than knight a5, but in fact the g7 pawn is also hanging. So there's too much things to carry here for Sam.
Yeah, if we just go back to before b4 was played, if white plays this slowly, say rook e1, getting your rook to the center, black still has some trouble playing bishop e7 because of this pawn on g7, but maybe black can play this move f6, then develop the bishop, then castle, and black has very good control over this board thanks to the queen and rook's activity. So white saying you're not fully developed and you're going to struggle to move your bishop from f8. So b4, not a move that I would have even considered, as I'm being honest. And Sam reacts with queen to b8 because he was fearful of all these lines, the king opening up in the center. So I'm wondering, can white make a move like a4? And after queen takes b4, I was already looking, I want to make this work over here. It might not really pan out because if I play bishop here, you can centralize your queen. And I'm a little slow getting to your king side. But I don't know. Somebody tells me that Pretke is not done sacrificing material.
Yeah, also the move like b4 might be something planned in advance, like very likely he planned this, or maybe he came up with the idea on the board. But I agree with the fact that he's not stuffing in here. He might continue some sacrifices. Is there any other way instead of a4 that he can keep the pushing black pieces? Like, for instance, 95 to try to trade the knights and keep this tension on the diagonal still there on the board.
Definitely a worthy move, because if this queen were to just take on b4, now knight takes c6, pawn takes, even if you're not going after this king, this is a terrible structure. So like something like this, white is positionally much, much better despite being a pawn down. And now we can take the open file if we want it. So 95, I think, encourages black to take it. And after bishop takes e5, if you take this pawn over here, white can even play d4. And this rook still might land on c7. The bishop on e5 is excellent. The black king has trouble. If you play bishop out, you lose g7. So yeah, 95 looks like another very reasonable move.
Right, queen b5 is on the board. Prudke is taking his time, and we have to check up the game of Aronian and Esipenko, as this is the most tense game for now. We can see that king is on e7. That's the game on group A, left side on the top, and queen to f5 was played by Levon really fast, and I believe that move was also blitzed out, and he still has 1 hour and 30 minutes on the clock. Oh no, he spent 2 minutes for this one.
How could he? He spent 2 minutes, and he wow,
invested 2 minutes.
I'm so disappointed in him. But queen to f5 was played. Let's say black tries to develop with knight c6. You're walking into the same sort of checkmate as before. Rook h7 check. If you take this rook, there's queen f7, and after king d6, knight b5 is the finishing touch. This king has nowhere to run to. White's pieces are just hounding it.
That is beautiful way to checkmate the black's king. And we saw another variation where white is sacrificing a rook, and black is simply hopeless in that situation. So after queen f5, is there still a tiny little bit chance for black to survive?
Trying to come up with a move. So let me start with that. What move can black play here? Rook h7 check. I'm not sure that's a threat right now, because let's say I play, well, a6 takes away the b5 square, but let's say I play a5 to still give the b5 square. So maybe it is a threat based on how high the evaluation bar went. I was looking at this and, well, where's the checkmate? Because if knight b5, the king has c6. I guess queen takes b7, just start taking everything, and then knight b5, and then queen back here with mate. Ugh.
So bad. How about bishop g7 to try to hold the dark squares, cut the 7th rank, and hope that your king can get back to f7, f8, and just wait for a bit.
I like it. Bishop to g7. E4 still speaks to me because I want to bring another piece into the attack. So I think e4. He wanted to get his queen in front of the pawn before playing e4, but the idea is quite straightforward.
It's just so bad position here for black. It's it's just so bad. And just imagine Andrei being in this situation on the board right now. That's so much on him. Too many eyes on him. Yeah, obviously not the best situation for Andrei. And we don't know where the things go so wrong for him. Like, it seems that he played okay moves.
Yeah, I mean, he got caught in preparation. That's really what it boils down to. If we go back in time to when this position happened after queen c2, rook e8, and a3, I think bishop f8 was the culprit, because if he had played bishop d6 or bishop e7, knight g5 doesn't work anymore. You have h6. But because the bishop was on f8, there was that bishop h7 checkmate idea, whereas with the f8 square free, check, king f8, the king runs away, and Black is very happy that these moves were thrown in. Knight g5 was a waste of time. So I think he fell into Levon's preparation. He didn't think at this moment. He just moved, and bishop f8, knight g5, a surprising move for sure. But just to remind everybody of why h6 wasn't possible, if the king goes to h8, knight takes f7 is not just a fork but checkmate. And if knight takes bishop, queen takes knight is mate.
What a beautiful way to end up the game, and also just take the advantage of the passive move bishop to f8. Another move which I would consider myself is to take the knight on c3 instead of going on f8, and white will capture it with a pawn or with a bishop, then just cover this diagonal by knight to e4. Now this the pawn is not hanging, black is not losing pawn for now, and black can always start to play c5, knight e7, knight f6, and just to hold this e4 square for the knight.
Yeah, no, you need to do something either with retreating to a better square or this. I understand why you don't want to give up the bishop pair, but what happened was obviously worse. So unfortunately for Andre, he walked right into this h4, h5, and Levon's preparation, it's paying off. He is going to take this game with a blistering attack, but the game is not over yet. These are the positions where every move looks winning, so you just choose one of them, and then the evaluation goes from +3.5 to +2, and then maybe +2 to +1. So you need to find the correct approach here. Queen takes g5 looks good. I like the move e4. I really want to bring my next piece into the attack, and yeah.
Castle also looks very good here. The problem for Andre here is that no matter what Aronian gonna choose, it's gonna be still very good move because he has plenty of ideas, and Black's king is in the center for a long time.
Yeah, and I mean what's the material right now? Does Black has one pawn for a piece, right? Black has an extra piece for one pawn. So you could take the second pawn at any moment. But yeah, I just really like the look of e4 and the attack.
Right. Very, very tense situation. Let's bring the bird's eye. We will keep the eye on this game for sure, as this is quite tense here. The game of Tabatabai and Yu Yanggi, we still have here white thinking this is a good time investment for Tabatabai to figure out how to improve the advantage. And the game of MVL and So Wesley, that is the group C on the left side down there. We see in this setup h5, g6. So Wesley stays really strong on the king side. He's not allowing MVL to be very active and to have more space on the king side.
Yeah, he chose the move pawn to h5, and we're going to try to leave, as you see here, Levon Aronian's game against Esipenko right underneath Ketty. So that game will be on screen. We'll certainly keep our eye out for more moves, and if Levon can convert his advantage. But h5, hey, this was a really interesting moment because my gut, like if I were playing a blitz game, I would play g5 without thinking for a second. But Maxime played knight g3, allowing the capture on g4, which Wesley didn't go for.
Mm-hmm. The reason of this might be that after h6, g4, there's knight f5 move, there's f takes g4 move, and nothing is really hanging. And then you can play knight to f5, and g5 can be even stronger now as the position is a little bit more open. And yeah, any open situation is just better for white pieces. And knight f5 is a really serious threat here, as the both pawns g7 and d6 are hanging, and I feel bad for the bishop on b4. Like it pins the knight, there is some tension on e4 pawn, but Black really wishes to have this bishop on e7 to guard at least the d6 pawn, or f7 or f8 to have closer to the king.
Yeah, so in other words, Wesley wants Andre's bishop and Andre wanted Wesley's bishop. So they needed to coordinate on that one. But
they need to switch. And talking about Andre's bishop, he just made bishop g7. But we have seen that game. We tried to analyze that too. So now we're waiting Aronian to make his next move. And yeah, what happened here after knight g3? He played g6, right, Wesley, to stop knight coming on f5.
Right. He decided not to open up more of the position, as we were just talking about. He plays G6, which defends H5, it takes away F5. And now Maxime took on C4, which the engine doesn't love. It prefers to keep this pawn on C4 because when that pawn gets captured, the position opens up a little more. So maybe just pushing your pawn to H4 makes some sense here, just gaining space, because this trade, as we were looking at just a moment ago, it's helping white, maybe G5, maybe H5, maybe bishop G5, but the queen can come to F3. So you want black to take you on G4, and Wesley probably wouldn't take on G4, but what's the plan for black? That's what I keep trying to figure out. What is black's plan?
The black can play here king to F8, king to G7 to keep the rook on H5, just guarding H5 pawn, and try to bring the king at the safety here. Although I don't know, is it safer on E8 or G7? But there is this opportunity for him to play and just to wait. The bad thing about this kind of openings for black, you just wait for your opponent.
That's right. Yeah, you have to see what they're going to do, and then that's how you react. So bishop takes C4 was played by Maxime. Hard move to complain about, but what do I mean by this helps black? So let's say black plays queen A5. Now already we have a threat. If you play A3, you just drop a piece because this check hits the king, hits the rook, and hits this bishop all at once. Can't defend everything. And if you don't play A3, and let's say you play a normal move like bishop D2, maybe black plays bishop A6, and suddenly we're offering a trade of pieces. And you see the evaluation bar saying, well, actually, black's doing quite okay, because if you do trade pieces, now this queen on the light squares is happy. You have less resources, fewer resources to attack with. And that pawn on C4 actually blocked black's pieces. With it gone, black is more active.
That's right. This is a one idea here for black. Another idea what black has is after bishop C4 to bring the knight on B6. In this position, it might not be working as that white has after knight B6, white has bishop B5 check, and this check can win some time. But in the positions like this, black just hopes to push C4 on time and then control the dark squares on G1 to A7 diagonal, bring the bishop on C5, and also queen can get on this diagonal. And this is some sort of counterplay here for black. Maybe it will not be played right away, but after king F8, king G7, there is something that he can consider. Oh, bishop takes.
Yes, and by the way, Levon did play pawn E4, so we are excited to see how that game continues. But Wesley taking on C3, and after pawn takes C3, I think he's going to go for queen A5, bishop A6, and things like that. I really firmly believe that taking this pawn C4 was incorrect. And it could be the lack of experience from Maxime's perspective. You may say, what do you mean lack of experience? I mean, he's a super GM and has been one of the top players for a long, long time now, for a decade. And the thing about this is he doesn't play D4. So in this moment here, he's taken the pawn back. That looks reasonable. But in many of these positions, you just leave that pawn on C4. That way it's harder for this bishop on C8 to do anything. This knight on B6, if it gets here, it's just staring at its own pawn. And you made a good point that at some point, black likes to try for this pawn to go to C4 to free the C5 square. So I think that all of a sudden, Wesley should be happier about the position than he was a few moves ago.
Can be very happy. And also this, the fact that white did not push the pawn G5 and just stabilize the king's side is that in some lines, black can take the pawn on G4 and knight B6 will open up the light square bishop as well. And G4 pawn can be hanging in some of the variations if black is not going to trade the bishops on the light square. But now C3 pawn is hanging. White has to go to defend this bishop D2 or even queen to D3. This move, for instance, queen D3 stops bishop E6 coming and also guards the pawn on C3. But it gives up the control over G4 pawn. So black can take the pawn and then knight can take the pawn. And this is perfect situation for black.
Although I'm curious now, like if you take, I don't think that Maxime is going to take back on G4. What if he castles? So you don't have a real attack over here. and I want to open up the F file for my pieces because you keep taking things. Now, after queen takes F3, bishop G5, this is the good thing about having the bishop pair is the bishop can just develop in one turn, and all of a sudden the F file is a big problem.
This castle here is just too crazy for me to bring king here on the side where there's a rook on the semi-open file. But as you pointed out here, white's king is totally safe, but black's king is not so safe there on e8, and white has this target f7, which you just pointed out. Such a crazy situation in this game too. But after queen a5, we're still waiting white to move, right?
After queen a5, we are waiting for the move. That's correct. Bishop d2 is a possibility. I don't love it because bishop a6 for black. And if you trade the light square bishops in a situation like this, let's say we get here, now black has complete control. There's no attack really on the king side, and the c4 square, the d3 square, so the knight can jump in, and the light squares are going to be a permanent problem because white only has a dark square bishop. It's why we like the bishop pair, but a lone bishop can be outclassed by a knight.
That's right. So we're waiting here the moves, and we're now bringing the bird's eye view. Robert, we haven't covered some of the games in the other groups, but we cannot skip this game of Hikaru and Oparin, as we do have here some good-looking moves, rook moves, and let's just go there and figure it out what is happening.
Well, what's happening is the players like their rooks on their respective third rank. So rook went up to h3, a rook's on c6, but this was all part of the plan. After c6, rook pins the pawn. We left off around here. The knight did come to d4, and Oparin gathered that pawn back on c6. Knight e5, hitting the knight, hitting the pawn, rook d1, queen e7, a very calm move, and rook h3, Hikaru's move. One more turn, and he's about to win the game with rook c3, protecting the pawn and breaking the pin. So it's now time to capture. And after knight takes, rook takes, he plays queen a4. So Ketty, what a weird position that we have here. The king on e1, still in the center, but it's very hard to actually attack that king. So I don't think Hikaru is worried about getting checkmated.
Yeah, his king seems to be safe here, but how he's going to develop the last square bishop is going to be something like rook to d3 and then g3, bishop g2. Is that something like e3, bishop e2? That's the question here for me. It's the fact that the bishop is stuck there on the f1 bothers me more than king is in the center. What do you think? How he's going to get this bishop out in the game?
Yeah, this rook is going to move somewhere, and then probably g3 does make sense. And one of the things to point out is that a7 is hanging, but it can't be captured. So let's say I play king to h8, and you think you're going to take on a7. You're going to see the evaluation go down because rook a8 traps this queen. So that's something to keep an eye on, is the pawn. But for now, king h8 was just a useless move. I was trying to make a point. But this pawn on a7, if white had a free turn, rook a8 would be able to trap that queen.
That's a good point. Robert, I have this question. As we see here, Hikaru perfectly well prepared for this tournament. Look at his variations. He knows what he's doing. This is something new. He offers us, his opponents, first of all, some new variations and new things in the opening. How come that he streams so much every day? We know both of us are streaming, and we know how time consuming this is, and how much the energy takes. And then he finds the time to work on chess too at the high level. How he's doing this?
I mean, he's answered this question often because people like to suggest that he's retired and all this stuff. I think that he's played more than anybody in the last couple of years because he's playing online all the time. And it's not like he's just, playing games that he's not thinking about. He's playing high level opponents, and the time controls are shorter. So it's not representative of a classical game of chess when instead of flagging somebody, you really have to beat them over the board. And he has worked on his chess, even if he's working on it a different way. He has said time and time again that he has the financial stability thanks to all the attention and the subscribers he's getting on Twitch and on YouTube. So with financial stability means that he can play a freer game. He doesn't have to worry about every last result. He cares about the results, but he doesn't have to have his livelihood tied up in it. So I don't have all the answers. I've seen his level of play continue to be extremely high. In fact, it's even better perhaps than when he last played over the board before the pandemic. He was losing a bunch of rating points. Now he seems to be in better form, although the better form from the first Grand Prix, it might not mean all that much if he cannot get through Grigori Oparin in this one, because with Levon Aronian, and we see underneath Keddy right there, knight c6 was played, his position is excellent. If Levon wins and Hikaru doesn't, then the chances of Hikaru making the candidates are getting slimmer. Not impossible, of course, but not looking all that great.
That's right. This is a very interesting approach, and it shows that chess is so individual game. Players have different approach, and you don't necessarily need to have like 2 weeks of intensive trainings in some fancy place and islands with your team, but you can also train it online and still be in a very good shape. Let's bring the bird's eye view and take a look at all the games we have been through looking at very quickly. So in the game of Tabatabai and Yuyangi, we have now the check. We consider this position to be still very good for white. That's a group D on the right side down there. And Robert, in the other games, we still have everything what we suggested, right? In the game of MVL and Wesley So, we have queen d3 now on the board. Pretke, Sam Shankland, the b4 pawn is gone. I think it's time to take a look at the rest of the games that we have not seen. And those are Dubov, Keymer, and Vitugov, Giri. So up to you. You choose between these 2 games.
Okay, well, I'm probably going to choose the game that is a bit more consequential for the Grand Prix points and the candidates. That's the game between Anish Giri and Vitugov Giri with the black pieces. And at first glance, it looks like it's a bad position for black because not a single piece. Okay, he made the move too quickly. I'm going to take that move back. Not a single piece for black is past his own 3rd rank. And then he plays the move c5, showing that we have opposite colored bishops. I'm just trying to offer an exchange and open up my bishop from g7. And the position looks very equal. It's no weaknesses for either side. The passive situation is no more, thanks to c5 opening up this knight in the future. And we're just going to see a bunch of trades. So I believe that this game, unless someone does something out of the blue, this should be an equal level game, which should result in a draw.
Yeah, we have seen draws already between these 2 players in the past Grand Prix and this Grand Prix as well, the earlier round. And we see that Levon grabbed the rook on e8 now, and he felt that it was the time to take the rook. Robert, let's take a look at that game and check it out. Was it good time to take the rook? Because we were saying that you don't need to take this rook. It's a really strong bishop. But now I think it makes sense.
Yes, he decides to take on e8. Finally, it's been hanging for a few turns. And the last 2 moves, queen jumped into f5. Black played bishop g7. e4, trying for things like e5 and bishop takes g5. Black went knight c6. And instead of taking this pawn on g5 first, he decides to take on e8. And here, queen takes e8 was played, bringing the queen closer to the queen side, but look at the evaluation bar. So that was the wrong recapture. I guess bishop takes g5 is going to hurt with another pin happening right here.
95 is a serious threat here after bishop g5. You can play also e5, hit the knight, and then knight d5. I believe even right away 95 can be played here, or queen g5 with the same pin, and even additionally attacking the bishop on g7. There's like too many moves here.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably take, because the threat is stronger than the execution, as they often say, because knight takes d5 is now the threat. e5 is a threat. Oh my goodness, this is move 20, Keddy. It's too early for this.
It is too early. Andrei has 22 minutes on the clock. It seems like it was only him who was spending the time, and we have knight to d5 on the board. Maybe Levon just calculated all the variations down there, and he said like, okay, it's time to make now these kind of decisions.
And Ketty, queen takes e8 was an incorrect recapture. We can see by how high the eval bar got, but king takes e8. It doesn't really solve all the problems either. After bishop takes g5, now white has 2 pawns and a rook for 2 minor pieces, and it's still unclear how black is going to get out of this. e5 being a pretty vicious threat, knight takes d5 still being on the agenda. If you play knight takes d4, attacking this queen, the queen slides into g6 with check, the king goes to f8 to defend this bishop, and then rook h7, it's checkmate. You have to give up your queen, because if you do something like this, well, that's not going to be very fun for your queen either.
It's not going to be fun at all, because you can here have a lot of tactical motives and ideas. So yeah, it seems like he captured by the queen, but even king takes the bishop was not working here. So knight e5 is on the board. Now, if knight takes on d5, then pawn comes on d5, attacks the knight on c6. Bishop's g5 is a threat. And then the king is in the center. And yes, we know that the queen is on e8. It's on the same file, but it is open file, and king can step aside for a moment, and then rook can come on e1 and start to give some checks.
It's just, it's not going to be pleasant for black. And just, Teddy, let me ask you, do you think at this moment that Andrei essentially had already resigned? Obviously, he's still playing some moves, but do you think mentally he'd already resigned? And that's why he didn't make a move like king takes e8, which does fight and allow black some chances to survive?
Very likely, yes. You just want to end this right now. He knows there are a lot of cameras around, a lot of eyes around. He is one of the top grandmasters, and for sure he's not enjoying this. And very often we just want to end the game, just admit that we lost it, and we want to move fast. So I think, yeah, he's not really, he waits a little bit. If Aronian makes a little bit inaccuracy, he's here, he's ready for it, but he's not pushing himself too much, I think, at this moment.
Yeah, I just think that king takes e8, bishop takes g5, like queen d7. You're trying to trade some pieces. You're still losing. I mean, even a queen trade isn't going to solve your problems, because white's not down any material. And in fact, in this position here, after knight takes d5, white has 3 pawns and a rook for 2 minor pieces. So white's ahead of material and threatening this bishop, threatening this check. So the game, in all likelihood, is still completely winning for white. The +2 doesn't even do it justice, just by how difficult it is to play for black. So I get it. The game is bad. But that's how chess players, they need to just play the best moves in front of them, and easier said than done. When you're commentating, you can just look at the eval bar, say, you had a chance here. But yeah, for Andrei, I feel like he just, he fell in the preparation, and he had resigned 5 moves ago.
Yeah. When the sacrifice happened, he already knew that it's just in a bad situation. He's choosing now the moves, what he has, and he doesn't have any good moves. He has to choose the best out of bad moves. So not really big fun, but in the other game, I can see in the same group that the pawn on a7 is gone, is captured. And we earlier said that if you take the pawn on a7, you will trap your queen. So what is happening here?
Well, what happened was after h6, bishop takes, queen takes, the queen is no longer defending this bishop on b7. So the queen was dragged to f6, which allowed Hikaru to take this pawn. And that's not a tiny pawn to take. If black just makes some casual move, like rooks, well, actually drops b6. Let's not make that move. Let's say bishop c8. And if white can regroup towards the queen side, let's say queen a4 back, because it attacks the rook, so you can't just take this pawn. White's up a pawn, and it's a pretty important pawn at that. So I think you have to be very careful right now for Oparin. Not careful in the way that Esipenko needed to be careful to avoid checkmate, but if he doesn't find the correct continuation right now, he's going to be much worse. And so that move h6 that he played, he must have seen something in this position, a pawn down, but with a ton of activity.
This move h6 is the move that you might blunder very often because you don't expect bishop to be traded for a knight. It's a pin, and bishop is just better piece there. And you see that a7 pawn now is not hanging, as it will be trapped. And very often you make these moves like peaceful moves like h6, which is just useful, not changing too much. But after capturing and trading some of the pieces, now a7 pawn is hanging. So I have this thought that maybe he blundered a7 pawn. We're going to see that very soon by Oparin's answer. But here at this point, I thought that queen b2 gonna create some sort of like counterplay, just sacrifice the bishop on b7, but it's not working, as now this move c3, very important square, is controlled by white's rook. You cannot give a check there. There's no b4 square as well as pawn is controlling, and yeah, you cannot move with your pieces. And white has here extra piece. Then he will bring the rook on d3, cover the king fully, and this is just winning for white.
You know, Ketty, if Oparin doesn't move quickly, it's clear that he just blundered a pawn, and it's shocking. He has so much time remaining. If we just go to this position here, I wonder what white's big threat is, because I understand h6, you want to get some love for your king, no back rank checkmates, but had black even played with a6, you can't take on a6 because your bishop isn't even hitting it. But even if this pawn gets under attack, there'll likely be a rook a8 with a pin. So a6 was possible. I know it's not ideal because rook f3, and maybe he doesn't want to get into this situation. But they're h6, and then to think afterwards feels like that's not the right thing. You normally sacrifice the pawn and then play a quick move like bishop c8 or bishop a8 or whatever bishop move is going to be good. But then to think at the moment feels like he's not happy about where he is.
Yeah, it happens to, I think, all of us, that moves like this, h6, like you think it's just you are passing the turn to your opponent, everything you have under control turns out to be okay. But oh my God, what is happening in the game of Daniel Dubov and Vincent Keymer? Let's bring the bird's eye view, because Robert, look at this queen on h7. This very often means that black is checkmated, but the evil bar is in the middle, just staying there, and tells us that there's nothing to worry for black.
What is happening today? We've seen h4s, we've seen queens on h7. I mean, what did they do during their rest day? Because clearly they decided to be as combative as possible. So do we want to see how we got here? Should we just try to figure out what's happening now? Because it says zeros, as the evil engine always does.
I think we should see, at least from the moment where the piece was sacrificed here, black has extra piece, and maybe we can find it out also what is the current situation.
This line. Okay, so I'm going to just go through the opening without diving into too much detail, but it's this crazy line where white gives up the knight here, but plays knight d2 first, attacking the center. If you take the bishop first, then we will see a queen trade. And once the queens are traded, bishop takes d1 is better. Once the queens are traded in this position, black is not feeling as bad as with the queens on the board. So that's the point that white makes by playing knight d2, trying to keep the position more complicated. This knight's under attack. The bishop moves, and we get a trade. And okay, to get to the crazy part of the game, rook e1, knight f6, rook e8, and then queen f5. So that's, Ketty, where the attack started. There's no g6 because you lose a piece. This is Daniil Dubov chess.
Daniil Dubov, yes, his category of the chess. Yeah, that's true, actually. But hold on, it's extra piece for me. I see that bishop is hanging, and I'm taking it, as Vincent just took it. What happens then after queen h7?
So he actually threw in the move d3 first, which is very important, because if you take the bishop right away, after queen takes, king f8, rook e1, there's a big difference in this position compared to the game. So I'll put the game position on in a second, but the move f5 now would be met by bishop b3, and then there's two checkmate threats, not just one. Queen g8 is the immediate mate, But bishop f7, now I have queen h8, and I take your bishop on g8 next. It's game over. So
it's very deep thought here by Vincent, because this move d3 makes a big difference. I can already sense it. What is the big difference now by the d3? So he spent a lot of time. We can see now 16 minutes for Vincent, but he found the way. He played d3. And Robert, tell us what the difference between d3 and not to have this pawn on d3.
The bishop was coming to the a2 g8 diagonal, but after a move like f6 or f5, kind of like f5, that there is no bishop c4. I can just take it. So you don't get to checkmate the black king, and you don't really want to spend time trying to play bishop c2, bishop b3. Still is equal because, of course, all chess player positions are. But even at this moment, queen d2, and maybe there's some kind of perpetual check or something like that. But it's clear that black is much more active than had the bishop been able to just deliver the mate at first.
This is a weird position to me. Like queen h8 now checking f7, bishop b3 check, and there is king g6, and and then rook, bishop f6, and white has to watch out the first rank as well. There is queen c1 checkmate now threat.
And I actually think this is how the game is equal. Like h4, you have check, and then you can make a draw with queen f4, queen c1, and of course, right? Of course.
Oh, wow. And Robert, this is not a home preparation for none of the players. I don't believe Dubov went all the way down here. I think it is just him feeling himself and going for this sacrifice.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I'm not sure because Dubov has a lot of time. It's definitely not preparation by Keymer. You don't have down to 15 minutes left if you prepared all this, but he's reacting perfectly. He knew the foundation of his position was okay. So with the piece sacrifice, now he needs to figure out, do I play f6 or f5? And it's a big moment for him. He has no other move besides those two because queen h8 is checkmate in one.
That's right. But they have still to find the only moves here. Let's bring the bird's eye view now and check out the game of the Group A. For now, we can see that Oparin has not moved yet. This is not good news for him. But the other game, Aronian and Esipenko, they moved a little bit forward, and we can see no, the 5 knight was not captured, was hanging two ways, but the pawn was captured on g5. And now, Robert, if black decides to save the knight, knight f6, it can be met by bishop takes f6, and rook h7 check. And good luck to save that king.
Well, it hurts to look at. I mean, there's no blocking except with the queen, but if you block with the queen, it's already a queen for 3 pieces, but after e5,
queen d7, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Queen d7. Take your pick. You can take whatever you want, however you want, and you win the game.
Blindfold. So just play blindfold. And
exactly.
Okay.
And if king d8, well, you take here. The king has to go to c8, and now you can keep checking. For example,
rook
this.
h8 also wins queen.
Oh gosh, I was going to go for checkmate, but rook h8 is too easy. I was going to say, where's your king going? Because if you go this way, I was going to go checkmate you on c7, and if you went this way, I honestly didn't even look at rook c8. I was thinking I was going to take and castle and checkmate you here.
Oh, beautiful! Just a checkmate by long castle. That's a nice way to end the game. Aronian plays his best at this tournament. I think we mentioned this earlier in the other rounds, but we have to repeat this because he does that.
No, he's playing amazing chess, and he had a setback against Hikaru. This game, how does black continue? King d6, queen takes d5, king here, rook h7 still, though. It's just all the pieces in the attack.
Yeah, that is what we have. King d6 now has been played by Esipenko, and he allows white to capture the knight on d5 by the check. We already have these moves happening. I believe he will resign soon.
Yeah, you might try a few more turns because it's a rook h7, queen f8 or something like that, and then bishop h6. Oh. So rook h7 actually may force a resignation because doesn't this just win a piece?
It does. Is there, we're so creative today. Is there bishop f4 as well? Like you give up the bishop. If you take the queen takes f4, then rook g7, check.
Yeah.
Then queen d7 and rook g8.
Ouch.
That's just, yeah, you can be very creative here.
You get, a couple
king
checks.
And king g1.
We castled. We did it finally,
Castle.
And checkmate along the 7th rank. So, I mean, he played rook h7. So we'll see if he gets to finish this game off with style, or if Andre will just resign because, yeah, he sees bishop h6 at a minimum will be up way too much material to deal with. White just crushing.
And here we have a resignation. The game has been ended. Andre couldn't hold this position, hold anymore. He's down to 9 minutes as well. The clock says a lot here. Well played by Levon, and we feel Andre how bad is this feeling to beat it in this way. Yeah,
I mean, just a resounding victory. And Levon saying that I lost to Hikaru. That was a rough one, but I'm right back at the top of the standings in our group. So you're not going to count me out.
That's right. We still have a lot of crazy situations. Now you can see one side of the screen, Queen a7, and other side, Queen h7, and the evil bar stays in the middle in both games. That is totally crazy. And other games are also updating really fast. But you guys, we are going to take our break to get some energy, but please don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon with all the updates, and stay with us.
It's never a boring weekend with the Rapid Chess Championship. Today is Sunday. That means it's KO Sunday. The knockouts from yesterday's Swiss will take place. And Amin Tabatabai is one of the 8 players taking part, trying to win a share of the $20,000 prize fund that is given out each week. And he needs to finish his game quickly, Ketty. Otherwise, he's not going to make it to his knockout match.
And he absolutely wants to make it as at the Rapid Chess Championship. There are huge prize funds and he doesn't want to skip it. But Robert, I asked you about this, how much time he has when we started and how much he has left now after the start of the game. I can see that 2 hours already passed.
I think he has about 2 hours more. And I think he's also going to wish for a move back because his last move, let's look at the eval bar for a second. It went all the way to level from a superior position. And he took on C6, trading pieces. It's not going to be working in his favor, apparently. And one of the moves that comes to mind is F3. Not an easy move to play with your king in the center, but you're keeping all of the promise alive. If Black starts trading pieces here, this king on E8 is in worse shape than the king on E2 because eventually a rook will get to the E file, and that's no good.
That's right. What happens after F3 if a knight comes on C3 by the check? Would you dare to play king to D3 anymore? Oh, no, you are not.
No. One time was enough. King D3 now I think is walking into some kind of knight E5 checks, and the king has to go back, and knight takes bishop with check. Just take everything, have no remorse. So yeah, king to F2, run away. And it's just about this king being in the center. That's really what it all boils down to.
This king cannot really castle. You have to play something like F6, king F7. It's gonna take forever, and you don't even know if is that a safe weight for the king. You're still having this king in the side of the center, and it takes you to boost. But instead of this move, F3 looks amazing. Why bishop C6 is so bad move that the evaluation bar goes all the way down?
I actually don't think it's a bad move, but the B takes C6 is forced. And after pawn takes C6, let's say you play F3 now, and B takes C6 was just chosen by Yu Yengi. There's this move Queen A6 check for starters, which where is this king going to go to? That's part of the problem. And I mean, actually, I don't have an answer to the question I was asking. Like, where is this king going?
Right, I see E1 square, but you don't really want to be middle of the rooks and then no chance to find the best square for the king. Yeah, how about the E1? And then the knight is hanging. If you leave the knight, then you go king F2. Yeah, but you repeat the moves. And that's exactly what Tabatabai wants today, to end the draw, came in a draw, and went back in the room and start to play Rapid Championship.
I think he wanted a quick win, considering the position he had. Like, he played this novelty with pawn A4 earlier. So, yeah, I feel like he squandered an opportunity. But the position after B takes C6, he went rook HC1, Ketty. And now if I'm Yu Yengi, I don't feel that scared because C5 looks like a way to allow myself to castle if you give me one turn. If you take on C5, well, you're walking into rook C8 with a pin. I think that the worst is far behind Yu Yengi. And you know, if he knows that Amin wants to end this game quickly, if you were playing with Black, would you just keep the game going and say, you know, you're gonna have to keep speeding up. I'm gonna slow down, and you're either gonna miss the Rapid Chess Championship, or you're gonna make a mistake in this game as it goes long.
I would say that no, but we all know what we gotta do if we are Yu Yengi and if we know that our opponent in a rush to play some other event, which is very important. So yeah, I will play slowly.
Well, Yu Yengi is in the clock. He's going to take his time here. It's still a complicated position with the king in the center. I do like the move C5. I'm sure he is trying to figure out, do I play that? Do I put my rook on C8 first? Do I throw in a check? There are a bunch of different options available to Black in this position. It says zeros, but it's way more complicated than, say, an even endgame. So we'll let Yu Yengi figure it out.
these players are not really feeling that it's 0-0. They might give evaluation like it's complicated, which means that it's not 0-0 at all. All right, so we're leaving this game over here, but we have to check out the other game. So let's bring the bird's eye view and just go through all the games. We can see that on the right side of the screen, Dubov and Keymer, we have F5 found by Keymer. Another game in the same group, which is very important, Dominguez against Mamadiro. We can see that White has now slightly better position. So let's bring that board on the screen and check out as these two players are the leaders in the group.
Well, I do like what Dominguez did. He made an inaccuracy apparently with his queen h3 move. We talked about that before. Better was to play b3, inviting the capture to open up more lines for the attack. So queen h3, bishop g5, good choice. And after the trade happens, this is why computer evals can be a little bit misleading. The position isn't just a complete draw. It's complicated. And queen c6, the queen in enemy territory, attacking the rook on a8, the pawn on c5, the pawn a6, the pawn d5, everything is kind of hanging. So rook f8 was the choice. Queen takes c5, and now knight takes b2, which apparently, Ketty, is a mistake. White is happily up a pawn. So if you don't take on b2, that could be material deficit. But after knight takes b2, it's saying that white is better.
All right, so if not take this pawn, then what else to play? Is there a move like rook c7?
Okay, the queen, oh gosh, the queen is almost trapped, nowhere to go. So let's go back to b4.
And now when the queen is on d4, is there a move like queen e2 to attack the bishop? Okay, I have to admit this. I want to play knight d2 next move and take the f2 pawn.
Yeah, I mean, because queen e2, there might be bishop b3 and knight d2. You're trying to get the f pawn, but I take here with check, unfortunately. And then I have queen d4 with check at the very least, so I get to defend my king, and now you're up a couple pawns as white. So I feel like in this position here, I mean, knight d2, it still says about low, but rook e1, this doesn't look like just an equal game. White is up a pawn, has the better pawn structure, and this king on g8 isn't all that safe. Even if it says it's a fine position for black, it doesn't appear that way, at least when you're visualizing in your head. So I think we can forgive Mamadiro for not finding every accurate choice. But in making an inaccuracy, Ketty, I like the move rook a to e1, bringing the rook towards the center. This pawn on d5 now is threatened. Rook can come to e2, other rook to e1, and white's kind of taking over.
We can take over as this bishop can be very active now and starts to find the best square. For me, best square here is to get this bishop somewhere on f3 to attack the pawn on d5 and also cut these rooks from f2 square. But I don't really want to walk into the exchange sacrifice too. This is something that white has to take care. But in long perspective, I think that can be a big issue for black. Like let's say it is knight and bishop endgame. That's going to be an issue for black. So if the pieces are off the board, there's less tension on f-file. White can really start over. That's
right. And this king on g8 is less safe. There are only 2 pawns in front of it, 3 pawns for white over here. And the d5 pawn is a target. And if that pawn falls, that's a very important pawn because the light squares will be a problem. So I am liking the look of Dominguez's position. Both sides, they're trying to find a way through here. And it doesn't look that bad for black. It says about +1 for white. That it feels about right. But that also doesn't mean that white is on the verge of winning, because +1 could mean that you gain a pawn. But if you trade queen, let's say these pieces are traded, the ones I'm going to put in red, if the queen and the minor pieces are traded, even if you're up a pawn, there tend to be great drawing chances in rook endgame. So it's not going to be an easy day for Dominguez. He still has a lot of work cut out for him.
He has, but he has something to work on. And for these players, even slightly pleasant position can mean a lot. So we're leaving this game in here as we are waiting next moves, but we're bringing the bird's eye view and gonna check out the game. And we have covered Tabatabai and Yuyangi just before this, but look at this evil bar goes all the way down and gives black advantage.
Well, this is the problem when you're playing quickly or you're distracted by other things. Black has taken a bit of an advantage here because after rook c1, the move c5 was in fact played, and bishop takes c5, apparently not the correct choice at this moment. That was clearly what White was aiming for. But after bishop c5, rook c8, knight b3 attacks and defends. I think that Black can just play queen a6 check, and where's White going?
It's a good question where the king is going. If king goes on e1, then gonna be under some check. Maybe just take on c5, check on a5, and castle, right?
That looks really good, right? Because you can check and castle. You can also bring your queen to d6 and threaten this pawn and castle. But either way, Black's king is going to be safe, and White's king is still in the center. Takes a bit of time to get over here.
Robert, when you said queen d6 attack the h2 pawn, I had a little bit like mini shock here. I was like, where the rook is gone? I thought rook was still on h1 and White could castle next move, but not having the rook on this side, the king side pawns can be weaknesses. And this move queen d6 or queen h6 or queen g6 makes here huge sense.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it just attacks this pawn, keeps the pressure alive. This pin is very annoying to deal with, and that pawn h2 is a clear target. So I think that we see how queen a6 check, king e1 was played, and so many different options. Even moving this queen immediately with queen h6 just to start by putting pressure on this pawn is an option. Yeah, I think that, I mean, he's playing quickly, but right now he's playing shakily.
Yeah, maybe it's time to change the plan of a day and focus to the other tournament that you have ahead of you. But we still don't know. Things are changing so fast in all the games. Like there is one side who holds big advantage, like here, Tabatabai ahead, and then it turns the other side. Let's bring the bird's eye view and check the rest of the games. A very interesting situation is in MVL and Wesley So game. We do have now Black starting take over in this position and having also slightly better situation.
Yeah, no, this is a position gone completely wrong for Maxime. And if you notice, the problem for Maxime now is the light squares, and he has no attack. So where did the light squares become a problem? Right here, where after g6, he decided to take this pawn on c4. I think that was a huge mistake. It's an instructive mistake, but it is a very, very big mistake that it opened the position up for Black's pieces. And Wesley quickly pounces on the opportunity to go for this bishop, trade the light square bishops, and now Black is already better. I see it says slightly better. I think from a practical point of view, Black is much, much better. Engines often say it's not really a big deal, but I mean, the light squares are Black's for the taking. And after g5, h4, Ketty, that was such a nice move here by Wesley.
h4 counterattacks the knight. So if you take the knight on f6, I'll take your knight on g3, and you cannot take the pawn now as the rook on h1 is hanging. If you just ignore this fact, then Black can play g2 and then pick up h2 pawn, or Black can right away go to rook h2 and good luck to stop this pawn going to the queen. As now we can see, none of the White's pieces are connected. So g takes f6 is not the move that White considered for a long time. Instead, he withdrew the knight on back on e2, also to guard c3 pawn and free the queen. But now this allows Black's knight to jump on h5 square. And for now, this might look like, okay, where the knight goes. But for a long perspective, knight can jump on f4. And after this move, if White gets rid of the knight, this will open up e5, very important square for another knight.
Indeed. And if we just, think about it, if black had retreated the knight, which was okay, moved like knight h7, white could then push this pawn to h4. And you see it's a closed position here on the king side. So what Wesley did was far more active and playing h4, knight to e2, and then knight h5. So white is going for the only activity he can think of with f4. And after queen a4 went f5. But, Ketty, in the live position after f5, well, taking does look a bit worrisome, opening the F file. Where's this king going? That's one of the big questions. So maybe it's not quite as clear. I thought that black would just be able to dominate the light squares, but there is something to be said about it opening the F file and maybe some pressure against the black king.
Robert, I'm very surprised that after F4, Wesley did not react it by capture this pawn, as E5 square is so beautiful for knights. You know, want to get this knight over there. So what is this nuance here that black was not happy and he did not take the pawn on f4?
Probably that once these knights get traded, the bishop will come to f4 and try to take this knight on e5. Still looks good for black, and we see the evaluation bar suggesting that black is better. But I can understand not wanting to trade pieces, as Wesley felt like he's dominating the board. And you know what that allowed was f5. And one of the big questions, what if you take this pawn on f5? I know that seems very scary because rook takes if you take with the pawn, that even allows queen g4 check, and that's really not what you want. So rook takes f5 here. How scary is this attack on the f7 pawn?
It would be scary if white can jump over the bishop and get the rook on f5 or on f1 in one move. So this slows a little bit the white's attack, and maybe white can start to push the pawn on f6 to open up the g file, or it's too risky.
Yeah, at f6, it's an interesting idea for sure. Maybe this knight can also move to get the queen back, and maybe you can even push this pawn to c4, because if that queen were to go to f3, for example, I have queen d1 check, and this white king is going to find itself in harm's way. So like if you run away, queen d1, if you move your king to f2, let's say, I already think, oh, there it goes. Yeah, knight c5 to d3. And
oh, nice.
Yeah, that king's in trouble.
Nice. In the end, they will move h3. Important final move, which will just break down white's position completely if king goes back on g2. There's 91 too. Just, again, menu on the board. You can pick up your best choice. All right, so this is a big question: how black is going to react, and we do have g takes f5.
West is too strong. Yeah, he doesn't need the eval bar to tell him that he's in good shape, and he plays c4. So queen d1 check is about to happen. If you play queen d2, stopping queen d1, in comes the knight to c5. How are you going to defend this pawn? You don't have knight g3. Your rook can't defend the pawn, and then this queen is still dominating. This bishop is terrible.
Yeah, bishop is. You hope that you don't have that bishop at all. Like it's sacrifice for e5 pawn or d6 pawn. It would be just better. Robert, we're making like after c4 two very logical moves: queen f3 and queen d2. And the engine says like, no. What else holds here white's position?
Nothing. I think white's in huge trouble. I mean, strategically, white's already lost, and queen e3 was played. And I think that f6 does. I mean, you mentioned that move, and I think it's a really, really interesting idea to play pawn to f6. You could also just play queen d1 check, because if the king moves out, the king g2, your move h3, just it's crushing. Because if you take with the queen, there's knight f4 check, winning the queen. Oh, actually, the knight's hanging the check immediately. If you take with a king, well, good luck to you. So rook f1, and then even here, queen d3, light square domination. If the queens are traded,
white is trapped.
Oh my gosh,
knight is trapped.
I didn't even think about that. I honestly,
that is trapped.
Ketty, I promise you, I didn't even think about the knight being trapped. I was like, oh, the queens get traded strategically, it's winning, but the knight is trapped if you take. Then
That is trapped on in two. That's your territory. It cannot be trapped there. Oh no, that's so not good for MVL. The game has been finished. I can see it's another game. Nikita Vitugo and Anish Giri ended up rather peacefully. We have not seen that game because it was like less fireworks on the board than the other games. Let's bring up the position and check it out.
Yeah, we actually tuned in for like one moment just for C5, and then everything got traded immediately. The rooks got traded, then the queens are about to get traded right here, and it was equal opposite colored bishop. So they played the last few moves just to make it to move 30 and agreed on a draw. Completely level game, not too much excitement.
I wish I have these skills to make draw when I need them the most. But yeah, it needs a lot of work to be done. Robert, let's bring the bird's eye for you. And the question is, which is the most tense and interesting game today, what we have right now?
Well, somehow Sam Shanklin also is much better with the black pieces. So the bottom row, you see Wesley So dominating against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with black. Sam Shanklin, he's dominating with black. He's up a pawn. So Predke's pawn sacrifice may have backfired. And then Yu Yang-Yi is also in a better position now that he's castled. So I think we can quickly tune into the Predke-Shanklin game. And I then want to look at that, both the Dubov Keymer game and the Nakamura. Every game is looking fun. But, Ketty, it's -2. So this pawn B4 move, queen B5, knight E5 was played, and Sam just calmly takes on B4. And it looks like Predke thought he would just equalize. But after queen C2, F6 leaves black with a big advantage. So queen C2 is actually a mistake, even though it looks so natural.
This queen, I thought that he would go for queen G4 to hit on G7 pawn, but D2 pawn is hanging. So I was thinking maybe, no, we cannot play D4 now. If we play D4, this just locks the bishop on B2 and black can happily develop the bishop on E7 and castle. Where this queen could go? Maybe on F3?
Probably F3, but the moves, if you take on D2, you're going to have problems with your king. So rook takes C6, rook takes B2, and then this is going to be a nightmare because after rook C8 check,
C7.
Yeah, this king is just, if king
How
D7.
about rook C7 there?
Oh, sorry, rook C7. You're trying to go for here. The bishop actually can develop first. So I think just removing the king's right to castle and then doubling rooks on the C file is going to be very, very painful for this poor king.
Oof. What a chance here missed by Predke when he saw this line. I wanted to end this sentence, but then I saw the game down just below me. Nakamura Oparin, the H pawn is gone. What is happening today? Like all these games gives us no break to relax a little bit, but yeah, they're bringing all what they have.
No, everybody. And Sam Shanklin, I mean, he's kind of been overlooked a bit. He was so close to winning his group in the previous Grand Prix when Dmitry Andreikin won that final game against Etienne Bacrot to sneak through. But this move F6, maybe this is what was overlooked by Predke, because after F6 here, if you try to take this pawn back, you're not actually equalizing the game because rook takes D2, rook takes E6 is check, even material just for one move, because after king F7, you're losing your bishop or your rook. Black wins pieces.
Oh, double attack, and yeah, this can be game over for Predke. So this is the queen C2. Yeah, this is the current. I'm not a big fan of move D4 because the bishop on B2. That's not pretty looking bishop. Now it goes to C8. Is black planning to push C5 at some point after castling?
Probably. So castling, maybe play C5 later. What does white even do here? You're down a full pawn. And if you play queen E4, trying to attack this pawn, the queen can just slide to D5. Why not trade queens? It's an extra pawn for black. I mean, this position is just, it's a freebie for Shanklin. B4 backfired. That's really what this is about, is that Predke had brilliant looking idea. I haven't seen a move like b4 in a long, long time. And then after that, Shankland just outplayed him.
That's true. Queen b5 after b4 was well played move. Maybe that was the move Pretka missed here, because other chances were better for white indeed. But here we have this situation, and Pretka is down to 15 minutes, and Sam has a lot of time on the clock. So Robert, let's check out, while we are waiting for next moves to come forward in this game, what is happening in the other game, Nakamura and Oparin.
Okay. Well, in that game, the H pawn is gone, and finally this bishop on F1 can develop. But the last few moves, we saw the exchange on F6, white picked off the pawn, and bishop A8. So Oparin chooses the correct square for the piece. Rook B3, defending and attacking, and then the move rook D8. So I do like the way Oparin played this, because he's giving up a pawn on A7, but he's just saying your king on E1 is not the safest king in the world.
It is. And for instance, in the variation, if you trade the rooks on D5, like rook D8, queen D8, and then you go greedy and you can't actually take the pawn on B6, but make here any move like G3 to develop your bishop, that will end up in a checkmate. Because yeah, we know that the king belongs on the sides when we have queens and the rooks on the board. So rook D8 was played to trade more pieces, but defender pieces. So this was the reason why Hikaru played here rook B3 to D3. And it seems like at some point he gave up the H4 pawn.
Yes, and black can't take here because queen takes A8 is check. And so you lose a piece there. So he goes rook C8. And then after rook D4, E5 was played. The rook dropped back, and then queen took on H4. So this pawn on H4, if you played G3 to start with, you were going to lose the B2 pawn. So both pawns were under attack, which is why Hikaru played rook D4, defending both for the moment, and Oparin just kicks the rook away. And if Hikaru played like rook b4, this is why you don't get greedy. Rook c1 is about to be an issue for this king on e1.
Yeah, white cannot save this. Look at these pieces of white. Queen on a7, locked up there. Rook on b4. Okay, guard the h4 pawn, but they are not close to the king. Bishop on f1, lovely, guarding the king, but not really guarding it, just taking a pawn square from it. And there's only one rook on d1, which is a really good piece, covering all the stress, and black is going to trade this rook. So yeah, basically black is just winning here in this position. No matter what the evil bar says, it's just practically impossible to guard all of this.
So yeah, e5, the rook went back to d2, good decision. Queen takes h4, pawn g3, and now you need to find a move, does Oparin. This rook may threaten rook d8 if your queen leaves the diagonal. So if you go queen e7, you lose your queen. Queen f6, here this bishop might come to h3, and all of a sudden, white's getting some activity with that bishop. White might be a little bit better.
Yes, Robert, I was thinking why rook d4, rook d2. Right away, Hikaru could play rook d2, right? And is this move e5 good for black or good for white? And the answer is, look at this. You get this bishop on h3, hits the rook. And also in many variations, the queen from f6 is not attacking b2 pawn anymore. So I think that's pawn on e5 is just good for white.
Yes, no, that it helps white out. And queen e4 is maybe an active try, because bishop h3 is not acceptable. Queen h1 check will be a problem. And if you have rook d8 trying to win this bishop here, you don't actually get it, because after it takes and king h7, we see that rook c1 check is a big threat. So you can't just win a piece in the corner and win the game. After rook c1, king here, queen c2. Apparently this is equal because all chess play positions are equal, even when there's a king on e3. But this one, I think I can comprehend that the king might just need to repeat. Or what if you go here? Oh, the bishop's hanging. Aha, I didn't even realize
the bishop is hanging, and after rook h8 check, you have king g6 there, queen e4 check, and king to f5. Ooh, f5.
Yeah, we're gonna checkmate this king now. Both kings are in trouble, but somehow black's king's in less trouble. I don't know.
Oof, what a tense game here. As Levon has already won, this is must win for both players. Okay, Oparin can be happy with a draw too, but for Nakamura, this is must win situation with white pieces. G3 is on the board, and now black has to move. Do you think it is Hikaru is happy with this position as he's having slightly better?
I think he's happy with the time. It's only moved 25 and Oparin down half an hour on the clock. It's chances for both. White has an extra queenside pawn, which in some end games will be favorable for white. And queen h1 was just played. I guess the same idea holds that if rook d8 check, rook takes, king h7, you can't just go take this bishop because rook c1 check and this bishop will fall.
That's right, but can white here play something like rook d1 to get back this rook and hold the bishop on a8 and pawn f7 under attack?
So you told me your two threats. I will defend them both at the same time with rook f6 because my queen defends the bishop. My rook defends both pawns. And now there's a problem down on f2 here.
I know you want to play bishop g2 next move and win my my soldier on f1. That's just like frozen piece there.
If you let me, I will gladly do it.
Okay, so yeah, white should be also very careful in this position. Queen h1 is truly tricky move here, played by Oparin. And I just remember their first game in this tournament. Oparin had such a big advantage. He was winning. He was so close to win. He sacrificed a piece, and then the move, which was so natural and just one move back, was winning, but he went for another sacrifice too and ended in a draw. Now we don't have this crazy position anymore in this game.
Yeah, although this could get really crazy if this check happens. Takes, king h7. I mean, there's so many options here. Queen takes f7 shouldn't work out, but I'm even looking at that with some checkmating ideas. Queen d7, check, king d2, because queen f5 is a checkmate. So if you take this bishop, no matter how you take it, check here and checkmate.
Oh no, that's bad.
So
yeah, what happens after queen d7?
Maybe there's check and you give up your rook and play bishop e4 to stop the immediate checkmate. And after king c1, queen takes f1, if no matter what, I'm going to take on f2. And I mean, black's king is probably a bit safer, but white's up some material. Ooh, it's a messy position.
Oh, I saw some funny checkmate there. For instance, if not queen d7, because this ruins my plans to checkmate white's king. For instance, the queen goes somewhere on f7. We check that move, right? Rook f7.
You mean that queen d7, queen takes f7?
Yeah. You see now what happens? Queen f1, queen sacrifice. If king takes f1, then it's rook to c1, and the g2 square is controlled by the bishop, and you cannot avoid check, as you have to sacrifice now rook, but that will be gladly taken, and white is just sacrificed in there. So queen f7 can be met by queen f1.
Okay, that is amazing because I honestly didn't see that as a threat. So I wasn't looking for this. Queen d7 stops that checkmate because after takes, rook c1, it looks like the same thing. The bishop takes away g2, but queen blocks on d1. So I didn't see queen takes f1 as a threat. So I'm glad you pointed that out. And queen d7 is a great multi-purpose move because it also prevents this checkmate.
Yeah, queen d7 is a really good move, but it makes that queen h1 is in fact sneaky move. He's really threatening somewhere to capture this bishop that you can never imagine that bishop can be taken away from the board, as it's not the best piece. We pointed out already many times. So this trade, and now white has to be really careful to choose the right move.
You know, if after queen takes f7, this would be winning if not for queen takes f1. So if you completely overlook the tactic like I did, you may go for this. Like if you were playing a blitz game, especially, Hikaru has too much time left to fall for this. But all other moves are winning for white, because if you go here and now take this bishop, you have the same exact checkmate, right? Queen f5, g6, and then queen right back to f7 with mate, thanks to the rook and the queen.
Yeah. So many checkmates we saw today. It's too much for one day.
Unbelievable.
It's too much ideas that we're picking up, and also our chat is just witnessing.
Wow. And if we go to the full board view here for a second, Ketty, look in Group C. It was all tied up, 2 points for all 4 players. Sam Shanklin is completely winning. That bar has gone all the way to rock bottom. If you're looking at this from Alexander Predke's perspective, the last move played, queen e2, hitting the bishop, hitting the pawn on e4. And if that pawn e4 is captured, then h7, e6, c6, all defended. It's going to be a second pawn here. Ketty, Shanklin completely winning with the black pieces.
This queen has been really annoying here for Predke. Queen b5, something that you can never imagine. And before that, queen was on d3, stopping white's pieces to develop. And now queen to e2. Predke has to trade the queens when he had a chance. He had to, because yes, Sam truly knows the how strong is the queen and how resourceful is this piece. And after queen e2, there is no way that you can hold the position. If there's not even check on h5, because this queen controls this square, and you cannot now sacrifice the bishop and take the h7 pawn. It makes no sense, because go ahead and try it. You will lose a queen in this position after queen h7. Black goes for a queen for now, and maybe later for the bishop on b2. So wow, nicely played by Sam. And Robert, this can be a chance for Sam to take over everyone in the group and be the first leader.
I mean, with the black pieces, this is a huge result for Sam Shanklin. And b4 was such an interesting move when Predke played it. I think now he regrets it. And if I look back to this moment around here after knight e5 takes, he went the wrong direction with queen c2, but I believe he was already upset about his position. He didn't get the exact compensation that he wanted, and he made the move queen c2, probably just not realizing that f6 is so strong, because if black had played c5, now d4 is a good-looking position for white. After the trade here, the c file is open. White's down only 1 pawn, but with pressure all across the board. And then when f6 was played to begin with, now it's like, uh-oh, I don't get to open the c file. Rook c8's next. I'm just down a pawn, and Shanklin is going to take this game. He's completely winning at this point.
Yeah, for the last previous Grand Prix, he counted on the other players, and it did not work out for him. And now he came once again in Berlin, and he said, like, okay, I have to do things by myself and not wait my opponents to do my job. And he's doing amazing. He's playing really nicely the tournament. And now queen on e2, Predke down to 10 minutes in this position. Oh, that's not so happy situation for him indeed.
Not at all. So if we look back in that group, if we look at the full picture here of all games remaining, 6 games left because 1 draw, and Levon Aronian with and just destructive victory over Andrei Esipenko. Look at these games, Ketty. I mean, for one of the first rounds, black is doing very well, because in 2 days ago, white won all 5 decisive games.
Yeah, that's true. White was winning a lot of games, and now we can see a black side. White has no advantage according to the evil bar in none of the games, and we can also see this on the board. The game which we have not seen for a long time, and it is truly crazy, is Daniel Dubov and Vincent Keymer. There is piece extra for black, but the evil bar is in the middle, frozen in there. We do have some updates in this game, so that's Group B on the right side top, and we can bring it up on the big screen and check it out what's happening.
Okay, so Vincent Keymer up a piece for 2 pawns. We last left off around here when we showed the importance of the move d3. We'll show it just one more time that if you take the bishop immediately after the king tries to escape and the rook cuts it off, the f6 or f5 move that happened in the game no longer works because the bishop threatens with the queen to go to g8 and checkmate. And if the bishop blocks, then queen h8 and you take this bishop with mate. So Ketty, one move made all the difference. And how did this get so wild? 2 pawns for the piece. And after rook b6, we see a check. We see the king up. And white could have, I think, made a draw on the spot. But Dubov says, let me retreat this bishop and go for a new diagonal.
It actually makes sense not to end the game in a draw, as we can see Vincent is having already time trouble at this point. And how many moves they have played?
24.
24. That's time problem for Vincent here. Even though I love his active play, he plays very active. Rook on the 6th rank, pawn now on c5. And yeah, extra material, but time is a big issue here. And was the reason why Daniil wanted to keep the game going.
Although I think if Daniil keeps the game going now, he's just going to lose. Because if black gets one free turn, rook h6 pretty much traps the queen there. And black is up a bishop for just a couple pawns. So the draw that we've been referring to is queen h5 check. If you play g6, you've opened up this check. And at the very least, white can continue giving these checks. I don't think it's worth the hassle. King f8, and now the queen's under attack. So queen back and forth, and this should be the forcing draw.
This can be the continuation of this game, because the move c5 was just a very active move, open up some 6th rank and bring the rook there. But in fact, this also stops the ideas like bishop b3 coming there at some point, because now black is ready to push the pawn c4, cut this bishop from the diagonal, and also attack the bishop. And if you give me second bishop, okay, I will take it.
Yeah, no, you don't want to give 2 bishops. One was probably enough. So I think Dubov, he's just calculating, seeing if he can do anything interesting, like a bishop h7 trying to go for a checkmate. You see the evaluation drop. And the reason why, bishop and queen defend one another. So that means that the bishop is free to go somewhere like d7 or c6. It doesn't really matter because the queens are forced off the board at this point. And if the queens come off, then black is a piece up for just 2 pawns, completely winning for black.
Yeah, it's not enough in this end game with 2 bishops on the board. So we might have the game ended in a draw by the repetition in this group. So let's take a look what is happening in the same group, but the other game. And I am so happy to bring it out because I can see the move that I suggested earlier. And I don't know if it's good or not. This is Dominguez and Mamedyarov.
Okay.
But I do like this move.
So the last couple moves were bishop b3, knight c4, and after rook e1, you would think you need to move the queen away. But Mamedyarov says, nah, I'm just going to play rook c7. Ketty suggested it. Let's attack the white queen.
Now, if you take the queen on e5, black will take the queen on c5. This rook guards d5 pawn. And black got the end game. We talked earlier that bishop might be good here, but I think knight is all right here. Just blocking this bishop from the diagonal, attacking the rook for now. And yeah, there will be something like knight d2 threats. If you avoid this like by rook e2, then black has the advantage on the queen side. Black can start to push the pawns here.
Yeah, and this pawn at c3 is weak, and so knight a5 also comes to mind as a way to attack that bishop and attack c3. Black is better in many of these endgames. So I think if Dominguez goes to the endgame, he'll take this knight away, and then the game should be a draw because after rook c4, rook takes d5, rook c3, even the move like rook to d2 just to defend the second rank, this should be sufficient to hold for Dominguez. But yeah, Mamedyarov was happy to be here considering some of the positions earlier looked a bit suspicious.
Yeah, and also he's with the black pieces. I'm sure he will be just fine to make another draw at the Grand Prix. So in the current situation after rook c7, is there any way that white can try to avoid queen trade and keep the game still going?
Maybe like queen b4, but I don't like the queen over here.
How about queen f8? Yeah, this might sound crazy, but now we can take queen on e5 and pawn on d5. So what is this position? I allow you to take c3 pawn, but there is a bishop and rook on the board. Position is on the both sides, and you like to say that bishop likes both sides pawns. Can we consider this slightly better for white or not?
I think the outside pass pawn is good for black here because the bishop is strong, that's for sure. But the knight is also very powerful at this moment. And if you're not careful, let's say white plays rook e1 just to force the situation, even a rook trade can be considered for black. Maybe not immediately, but to try to use these outside pawns to black's advantage. So it's just not a situation where I think white will be happy to be down a pawn on the queen side.
Yeah, that's right, and we're very often pointing out the outside pass pawn. White also has this extra pawn on the king side, but just because the kings are on this side, these pawns cannot be pushed as much as the pawns can be pushed on the queen side. So to create a pass pawn for white going to take a little bit more time and can be less powerful than black's play on the queen side.
That's right. So I'm just wondering, like, if queen b4, who is happier about having the queens on the board? Because this bishop is blocked by this knight. The knight can't really move very easily without dropping d5. So if the queen just goes somewhere like queen f5, who has the better chances here? The position is about equal according to the evaluation bar, but practically speaking, I'm not sure who's happier.
Kind of like black's position because I see very active pieces and creating some threats here, but yeah, white can always trade the knight on c4 and go to the end game where there is very safe position. And I can see, Robert, that the bar went all the way down in the other game, so let's bring bird's eye view and check out the game of Daniil Dubov and Vincent Keymer in Group B. Seems like black is now having advantage.
Oh gosh, because Dubov, who's having a very bad tournament, plays queen to h3 in his opponent's time trouble. He's looking to win this game, but I feel more often than not, you actually end up losing games. You're playing to lose rather than to win because he's down a piece. So if Vincent can find the correct moves right now, why should he be scared? He's up a bishop for just a couple pawns. So, Keddy, do you believe in Dubov's chances from a practical point of view?
I think he has practical chances here because I see 15 moves has to be played, and Vincent has 5 minutes. But is there a threat here? Let's start from there. After queen h3, white creates any threat?
Maybe queen f5 and this pawn c5 is a little bit loose and something like that, I guess.
Oh, that's, I don't know. I really don't know. I would not risk myself if I'm white here because there are less and less pieces on the board and you can see all the black's active pieces. We saw the game of Aronian today when he sacrificed the piece. It was totally worse to do it because you have all these active pieces and your opponent has very bad pieces. But now we cannot say same for Vincent. All he has to do is to find the correct moves. And we know that he's capable to do that.
Yeah, first of all, rook h6 looks like a good defensive move. After queen f5 check, king g8, you don't have this check because c4. And if you take on c5, bishop f7, now it's a piece for 3 pawns, but it looks like the black king is safe, and I would definitely take the bishop.
Yeah, bishop side, black side, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Although Vincent is spending so much time on the clock now, 4 minutes and 20 seconds, he has to make a move. And I see he made rook h6.
Okay, he brings his rook from b8 to b6 to h6. Dubov is for sure going to go for this pawn. Otherwise, what he's doing makes no sense. And after queen f5, king g8, queen takes e5, bishop f7, you don't want to allow this check. So bishop f7 looks correct. And Ketty, I really don't believe in this from Dubov's perspective. Maybe he won't lose the game, but I can't see a future where he has a better position.
He has lost already so much of the games, Robert. That's going to be really bad for his rating, because we know at this point when you have 2,700, it's just not easy to win the rating. And I am really surprised how easy he gives up the rating here and also points. Let's leave this game for now. White has to move, bring up the bird's eye view. Maybe we have something interesting happening.
Well, it looks like in the game between Hikaru and Oparin, things continue to be sharp, and it's hard to find all the right moves when positions are tactical and complicated. And so I think for Grigori, now is a big moment, because Hikaru in this game brought his queen over towards the center with queen to e7. And I think we understand what he wants in rook d8 check. So it says black is better suddenly, Ketty. That is surprising to me.
Yes, and also I see in our chat some comments that Hikaru blundered. So we have to figure it out. What's the blunder? Is that... So yeah, I don't see the first sign was the blunder, to be honest. Is he going to play something like rook c7, attack the queen, and to bring the bishop on g2 maybe? I know there's rook d8 still coming on the board, but black can play king h7 and...
Interesting. Yeah. You know what we call the people who are saying the Hikaru blundered? We call them engine Andes. They see the eval bar go in one way or the other. They think, oh, it's a blunder. I think blunder is way too strong of a term to use at this point, because it's not like there's a clear plan for black. Oparin's under 10 minutes. It's a very complicated position. It wasn't just like a one move mistake. So first of all, bishop g2 that you're mentioning, I would love to make that work. But you said rook c7, there's rook d8 check, king h7, and how do I stop bishop g2? That I'm not sure about. I could play queen h4, but I don't want to trade queens.
How about rook c8? I dropped the queen on e7. Oh no.
I was really confused because you said rook f8, and I was like, wait, no, that doesn't look right. And then you said rook, and then rook c8. Yeah, you don't want to drop your queen on e7.
I know, the queen is actually, yeah, that's why I played rook c7. I forgot why. What was the reason to play rook to c7? Rook f6 is on the board.
Yeah,
ooh,
rook f6, and apparently that's not the correct move. We were informed that king h7. Okay, yeah, because that's a move that humans play without any difficulty. The point of king h7 is you're avoiding rook d8 check. It's not check. And if a queen takes f7, it looks like a free pawn. Rook f6 now comes the tempo. Bishop g2 is about to happen. That is going to win this bishop on f1. So king h7 left white in a tough spot over here, and that was a missed opportunity. I'm putting that in quotes because, I mean, king h7 is a really, really hard move to make with 10 minutes or clock. Rook f6 is solid, and after king h7, well, bishop g2 is still a threat. f3 by Hikaru, and now I think it's time for Oparin to save his bishop.
The bishop is hanging on a8, and you can't really ignore that. But Robert, is there some fancy moves like bishop f3 sacrifices working here in this position?
So it takes, if you take with the queen, immediately the game is over because queen d3 check forces the queens off and white wins the ending. And so you'd have to take with the rook on f3, and it looks kind of scary over here. But I guess because of queen d3 check, this is what Hikaru must have calculated, that king d2 is a possibility as rook f1, queen d3 check wins that rook there.
Oh no, king d2 is such a strong move. to use this fact that queen d3 comes there in the game. So, all right, we're not going that direction after f3. How about just play bishop c6 as you suggested? Is white okay to have this weakened king side?
Is in which position after?
Yeah, if bishop goes on c6 as you suggested here, and then black tries to go after a g3 pawn.
Ah, nice. It actually, that looks a little worrisome. How do you defend that pawn? Because queen takes b6, everybody, would be a blunder. That's why I didn't mind putting my bishop on c6, is I would take on f3, exposing the queen to the rook's attack, which also opens up the f file, and that's a disaster for white. So how do you stop queen g1? Whoa, do you see the move that Oparin made, by the way?
What? Oh, wow, this guy is amazing. We haven't seen him much at the top level tournaments like Grand Prix or other ones, but look at him. He's playing this against Hikaru Nakamura. Wow.
Bishop e4.
Crazy.
So, okay, we can't take it. That's very clear because f1 is hanging. So what can white do?
Rook takes, then rook takes the rook. This is so crushing. Rook takes the bishop, rook takes the rook takes the queen. Thank you very much. Goodbye. There will be no continuation for this. So the bishop on e4 is untouchable. But what is the idea behind it? It also stops check on d3.
That's true. And well,
the threat queen g1 is still on the board.
So it looks like Hikaru still has a ton to figure out here. And so do we. There's a lot to work through. We have the eval bar. We'll try to figure out the moves. But for now, we'll take a very short break because when we return, the action continues here at the FIDE Grand Prix.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022. We do have 2 games down and rest of the games still in progress, and all of them are super exciting. Robert, which is your choice for now to start this part of the day?
I don't think we're going to focus on the game for the moment, but I see the eval bar between Dubov and Keymer. Something's going wrong for Vincent in his time trouble. So you were correct to point out that from a practical point of view, Dubov, he's going for it. But Vincent had some chances. And as we look across the boards here, Predke, oh my gosh, he's completely losing against Sam Shanklin. And then that's in the bottom left-hand side of the screen. And Wesley So is also looking like he's going to win his game against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He at least has the much better position. But all eyes on Hikaru Nakamura versus Grigori Oparin. So Katie, why don't we look at that game, because Grigori is spending a lot of time here and he doesn't have so much time remaining.
Doesn't have time, 2 minutes and 40 seconds only. And let's check what is the move there. 30 moves. So they have to make 10 more moves. Oparin has to make 1 move more. And the position is a little bit complicated here. As the bishop on e4 looks really pretty, it's not possible to take this bishop, but in some variations, Black has to worry about the bishop. It will be under attack. Bishop c6, which we were considering, is so peaceful. It's like not nowhere under attack. But now we have this position. Hikaru played rook to d6 really fast. And what he's now counting is rook trade. And if the rooks are off the board, then bishop on e4 is hanging, pawn on e5 is hanging, another pawn on b6 is hanging. So that's not best here for Oparin.
But I do get why he went bishop to e4. He wants bishop f5, bishop h3, something like that. And we do see that the rook just captured the rook on d6. The queen, of course, will capture here. And after bishop f5, the move g4 is possible, although that allows the queen to escape with queen h4 check. And the problem for white in these positions is this bishop is so bad that if you move your king away somewhere like king d2, and I go here, queen f2 is like trapping this bishop almost. It's such a bad piece. And we see, whoa, queen d6, queen g1?
Excuse me, this bishop on e4 is not hanging?
So it takes, oh my gosh, the bishop's so bad. That's his point. Like if king d2, there's queen f4 check.
Loses
and
right away.
You have to go back, and then we just repeat. And you go king d1, there's queen g1 because your queen doesn't have the f6 square, and thus the king has to go back to e1.
All right, so Oparin says I'm okay with a draw here. If you take my bishops on e4, so after queen to g1, is there a way to avoid a threat? And there is a way, actually. You can take e5 pawn, attack the bishop with a check, and guard your g3 pawn. So what is Black's plan here after this?
Maybe Black does nothing because white can't get out of this pin, and the queen on e5 needs to stay in touch with this pawn on g3. So even if I play a move like, I don't know if bishop b7 or bishop g6 is better, but how does white make progress here?
By the pushing the pawns on the queen side, maybe to push before a4, a5 and try to create a pass pawn.
Okay, so I'm going to take away the move a4 from you. And
oh, you ask me my plan. No, I don't have a plan.
I feel the same way. It's like, you know, you're trying to go for one thing. And I think that's what Oparin's relying on. He goes bishop g6. And let's say you start with a4 to play b4 next. Still bishop c2. I don't think you can take, though, because this check is here. So maybe white has like one turn to figure this thing out here. But it's not easy to make progress.
Yeah, you cannot push b4 because you just covered the 4th rank, and in the same variation, queen e4 threats nothing. So if you don't push b4, then the queen side pawn push is stopped for a while, and white is stuck. Bishop cannot move, king cannot move, queen can move, but Black's king for now is at safe position. Is there a way that white can push g4 maybe, and then try to bring the queen on the dark squares, like But how to do that?
Yeah, what if black does the same? Like, what if I just keep putting my bishop over here? Wow. Honestly, okay, Queen G1 was a brilliant move by Oparin because there may have been some other moves at this moment that were almost as good in value, but Queen G1 giving up the bishop for this draw, and Hikaru wants to play on, but he says, I have a position you can't make any progress on. You can't push e4, because if you push e4, you give this check, and that's nothing's happening there. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Robert, our chat has some idea, and I think I like that. After a4 and bishop c2, they suggest why not king d2. To get active bishop, if you take my bishop, I'll be happy to take your bishop, just to give away my f1 piece. And now the question stands, is black going to take a4 pawn first and then bishop?
But there's this check, right? And so if here, queen takes f1, now it's white's turn, and a move like queen d7 is going to be a problem. You're going to lose this b6 pawn, and then white will have an outside pass pawn.
Right. So what happens after king d2? Then it seems to be working.
Well, maybe I don't have to take on a4. Maybe what if I play bishop b3?
Yeah, we cannot play bishop h3 now to bring this bishop into the game, because then queen comes on d1 with a check, and black's pieces are just connected.
Oparin, this queen g1 move, I can't get over it. It was such a good move. You can keep trying to get this bishop, but look, if your king goes too far, the bishop returns to safety, and your bishop's trapped on f1. That is a terrible, terrible bishop.
No, never played in this game. Never had a chance to play. And Robert, we don't very often see that. Like, kingside bishop is not moving at all. But I liked white's position at some point with even bishop on f1 and king on e1. But Oparin is he's showing his best at this tournament. Look at his final move. Bishop e4 was impressive. Queen g1 was impressive. And while we are analyzing this game, we do have another result. Pretka lost the game against Sam Shankland, and Sam is the first player who takes the lead in Group C. Now he's waiting the other game to end. So we have to see that game, what happened after Queen E2.
Yeah, it looks like Predke made moves, but he knew his position was pretty hopeless. So where was that? Queen E2 was played here. The queen went to B3. But you just drop your central pawn, and then it was a matter of relatively simple technique for Sam. He just repeated moves and then played c5. You take on c5, you're just trading things off. So he goes rook to e1, going after this pawn, and Shankland says, no, nothing for you here. And he takes a third extra pawn. Ketty, 3 extra pawns, back down to 2, but these are some pretty good, healthy pawns to be up.
3 pawns are equal to bishop or knight. So here black actually can consider as having the extra piece, and also these pawns are about to start to push forward, and they are very close to be to the first rank, and they are supported. And also on top of it, the bishop on b2 is such a poor bishop. It's just locked there, cannot move anywhere, and this is simply a hopeless situation for white.
Yeah, he wanted rook e4, rook h4, queen h8 check, because if you make some random move like rook a6, and then this rook is going to slide over to h4, you have to watch out for these kind of repetitions. The queen actually covers the diagonal, so it won't be a repetition, but that's what he wanted, and that's why rook c2 was played. So the rook can't go to h4 without losing checkmate, and then bishop took on d4, pawn takes, e7's not hanging because queen g2 is mate, and the final stretch of the game is an extra piece for Shankland, no concerns in the world, and he wins and moves to first place in his group.
Well done by Sam, starting from the very beginning. Then Predke made some tasks for him by sacrificing the pawn, but Sam actually took the challenge and won the game in a beautiful way. Another game which is going in black's favor is happening in Group D. Let's bring up the bird's eye view. The game that I'm talking about is Tabatabai and Yu Yanggi. We can see that Yu Yanggi has here huge advantage.
And it was a huge advantage for white out of the opening. But the last bunch of moves, Keddy, ever since that queen was able to make its way to D6 right here, we saw the queen go to D6, putting pressure on the pawn, pinning the knight. And then the next few moves, black gets the king to safety, white centralized the queen. It shouldn't be that bad for white, but with this pawn on H2 being a target, black just decides to bring all the pieces in the game, and still it's fine. But I know where it goes wrong. I can see in the notation right around here, where after queen b8, knight d3, look at this move. I love this tactic in chess, stopping one square short of expectation, and the move played was rook c4.
That is very strong move, attacking the queen. And if you take my rook, then I can first take it back by the rook and trade another piece, or bring the pawn now on c4, open up the d file. And if rook takes on c4, there should be something like rook d8 or queen. Yeah, rook d8 and queen b1 maybe later on.
Queen b1's coming. I mean, queen c3, queen b1, threatening this, threatening that, threatening this and this. I mean, everything is sort of hanging in the balance in white's position. And so this would have been a disaster for white. And, you know, I guess after rook d8, it says it's still just slightly better for black. So rook b4 probably would have saved the day, but who wants to allow queen c7 to win this pawn? And with a little more depth, it's saying black's position even better than initially thought. So Keddy, rook c4 is a brilliant move. And instead of when queen takes d5, but after the trade, this is even worse than before, because after queen b3, light square, domination, infiltration, and that's just overwhelming.
That is a very bad situation for Tabatabai. We were talking earlier whose king is going down first, as both sides were attacking pieces with the pieces in the middle, and the kings were not castled. And it seems like Yu Yanggi is slowly castled and then started to attack Tabatabai's king in the center, and he never castled. He never had a chance to come back here in the live, and now he can't save this. I don't believe that he can save this, because rook pins the knight, queen is now unstoppable and can come on king side and start to pick up the pawns. F2 pawn will be hanging after queen f3. Queen e2 will be a serious threat as well. And white pieces are stuck on this pin. Rook and queen has to be here to guard it. Otherwise, black can even start to push the forces on knight on d3. If you bring your rook on 7th rank and just lose the control on d3 square, you can lose this knight, unfortunately, for white.
Yeah, and if you try to run your king away, your point is well taken that this queen can jump into the action. Also, at any moment, black can switch to putting pressure on this knight. So Tabatabai just made the move here, a6, wanting some kind of queen b7. If it was white's turn, then white's very happy. But now this queen just jumps into the game somewhere over here, and it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, so a6 is on the board. We are waiting for this game to end, and we do have a result in the game of Dominguez and Mamedyarov, and this game ended in a draw. That was one of the peaceful games, but still we had a lot of ideas there. Let's check out how this game ended.
Okay, well, they traded off all the pieces. So after this clever move by Mamedyarov, rook c7, because otherwise his position could be slightly worse with his king being less safe. He gets the queens off, and then exactly what we were talking about before. All the major pieces the queen and the minor piece were traded. Now it's 2 rooks, 4 pawns for each side, and they just traded off pieces and made a peaceful result. So a draw is the fair result in the end here, as both sides have a pawn advantage on black on the queen side, white on the king side, and you just push your pawns, and black tries to do the same, and the position objectively is a draw.
Which means, Robert, that we don't have still a sole leader after round 5 in the Group B, and we might get closer to the tiebreakers here in this group, as these two players gonna hold the leader's position here. What is your wild guess? How many tiebreakers we're gonna have in this Grand Prix?
Well, let's see. We have Dominguez and Mamedyarov. We'll probably get Wesley So joining Sam Shenko. We'll check him in a second. At minimum, we have Oparin or Hikaru tying Levon. And then in Group D, Yu Yang Yi is going to be in clear first. So I think we're getting 2 at minimum tiebreakers.
So good to see that, because tiebreakers are the most exciting here at the Grand Prix, as there is a shortened time control, more games, and it might end up into the Armageddon that we don't see very often. We mentioned about the game of Maxim Fashilegrov and Wesley So, and we pointed out maybe Wesley gonna join Sam at the top of the list. So let's take a look what is happening here in this position.
Okay, here we are. And by the way, it looks like Wesley and Sam, they've already played their games against each other. So that means that they're going to be facing off against MVL and Predke in the final round. So Rook A1 check. The king, if the king goes to G2, I think knight comes to F4 with check, and that's no fun. So the king went to F2. And where did that rook just come from? It came from A2. So he goes 1 check, and now he'll probably bring his knight into the game. Yeah, okay, the king actually isn't that safe on F2 for white.
Yeah, feels set for the bishop on b6, doing not much on the board, and has to face against black's very active knights. Knight d3, knight f4, knight h4 is a threat. Rook a2 is now a serious threat to win a piece. And if you trade the knight, then another knight comes on f4, and still the threat's gonna remain on the board. But it has pass pawns on the king side, both of the G and H pawn, but this can be so easily stopped by the king f5, just stops the pawns, and black can also start to roll the pawns in the center. d5, d4, gonna create the C pawn as a passer here, pass pawn.
I think
in this position.
There's actually the counterintuitive thing here. After knight takes f4, knight takes f4 is like the pre-move you make, but e takes f4 keeps the pawn stopped, and then the king is walking in. Knight e5 is also a threat. Rook a2 check. So if you play h4, hoping that this knight takes you and you win the pawn here, I believe king f5 now really threatens this pawn. And after h5, in comes the knight to e5. So carving out the square for the knight is just a problem.
Knight f4 is on the board, and now pawn takes f4. Wesley took the knight back by the pawn, and his idea is just like you showed now, to activate the king on f4, to guard this pawn by the king, and then free the knight to move around. And knight has a lot of very good squares here on e5, d3, g4, h4 as well. And yeah, this is absolutely fantastic position for Wesley. So I'm sure he enjoys to play this game.
Yeah, it would be a huge win over not just a competitor within the group stage. Remember, there's a spot up for grabs by rating. And so Wesley beating Maxime is going to increase Wesley's rating and thus keep him alive in that competition, although he's quite a bit behind Levon. And then Ding Liren, who is playing in China in the quadruple round robin. But look at this. Wesley still has chances to make it through the third leg here at the Grand Prix. And if not that, a rating spot is up for grabs.
Yeah, that's right. We can see more of these statistics being useful for us in the semifinals. We're gonna have only 4 players, and we're gonna know if they can still win and if they can still play chess to get the rating, because Robert, they don't have much of the classical tournaments now before the candidates. It's so close, you cannot play any random open tournament because you want to win the rating, not to lose the rating. And I believe this can be the last chance for them to get some rating, one of the last chance maybe. For now, we're looking at the bird's eye view. All the games are very interesting. You can see Hikaru Nakamura and Grigory Oparin, they have traded f pawn to g pawn. This is the left side on the top. But the game which calls my attention is Dubov and Keymer, the other side of the screen, the left side. We do have here quite imbalanced position, and the question is, who stands better? Vincent with bishop and just 1 pawn, or Dubov with 5 pawns?
Yeah, how did 2 pawns for a piece become 4 pawns for a piece? I'm not really sure. It was back at queen h3, queen f5 check happened, queen takes c5, and then Vincent played bishop g6. I like bishop f7 as a way to defend the diagonal. He chose bishop g6, and after the trade and g3, it's 3 pawns for the piece, and now there's some light square issues. So a4, I like that choice. And Vincent retreats the bishop to e7 rather than taking on a4 and allowing the queen to win the pawn back. He actually just gives up a pawn on the spot. And Ketty, that's a 4th pawn for the bishop.
It's too much pawns, I believe, here. And in the worst scenario, what Dubov can do is to give up everything for g6 pawn, and it's going to be at least a draw. So, but you have to try so hard to lose all these pawns, 5 pawns from the board. But now what he is trying, I believe, is that he will start to push the pawns on the queen side. For now, rook d3 is a very strong move, stopping b4, coming forward. If you push c4, then rook comes on b3 and attacks the pawn on b2, and these pawns are not connected. So white should not touch these pawns on the queen side yet. They are perfectly well guarded. But how about move like, there's also not h5, Robert. If you push h5, then pawn takes h5 and you lose g3 pawn.
Yeah, I think objectively this position should be a pretty easy hold for black. The only thing that could go wrong is if somehow these pawns start getting up the board, but that's a very long story because this king can just walk to e6. As you mentioned, h5 is never happening without dropping g3. And if you start pushing these pawns, say like pawn to c4, then the rook comes to b3. You already mentioned this, and the king is very close to this pawn as well. So I just don't see this happening for Dubov, even though he should be happy to be at this point to begin with.
Yeah, that's right. What white can do here is, in the current position, is to bring the rook maybe on h5 to push next h5 and create another 2 passed pawns on the king side, or to play a little bit passive move, rook to g4 to guard your g3 pawn and then push h5. But he's not planning to do any of these moves. He goes to rook e4. Is he going to rook b4 and maybe he wants to push the pawns in this way?
Yeah, no, get the rook active, maybe even throw in a rook to b7 and start pushing those pawns. So, rook d2, rook b4 is the point, but how do those pawns move? Like if I just maneuver my rook around somewhere, how are those pawns ever going to move? You can play h5 and finally trade off these pawns, but I feel like this kind of position...
Robert, I will play rook g2, and if you play g4, then I will checkmate in one move. h5.
Nice. Trying to trick it with the checkmate. That's very kind of you. But actually, rook g2 is good just because it's, instead of rook c2, which was a random move, rook g2 stops h5 because I take and then g3 is loose. So rook g2 just sitting here means that progress can't really be made.
I'm not really sure about this last move of Dubov. First of all, he made this move while I was still in the middle of my sentence. I could not end what I wanted to suggest, but it gives up the second rank. And we know that these rooks are so strong on the 2nd and 7th rank, and now it has a target. But why not to push f5 first and just get rid of this last threat that black has the pawn, and then you can move around by your pieces even freely.
Mm-hmm. No, this is he's just hoping to get some chances to win, but it seems not too likely, especially because they've reached the time control, more time for Vincent. So Hikaru and Dubov, they both are going to be pushing for wins. We do only have 4 games remaining right now, and they're still very exciting chess games.
we can see that in Group B, we have just one last game, Tabatabai and Yuan Giras on the light side, on the down there, and F2 pawn is gone, and Black is not going to stop there. Black will take more pawns off the board. And the other game that's also on the down there, but the left side, MWL and Wesley So. I'm really shocked that the rook from F3 very fast got on H7, and now this rook is quite active there. And we also have the game on top of it, Hikaru Nakamura and Oparin, which is check on the board. So this means that, Robert, it's your choice now, which game you would like to go.
Well, the Hikaru game has changed quite a lot at this point. So we can look at that now, and then we'll get to the Amin game, because Amin, no matter how he does, he needs to finish in like 30 minutes, because we're getting down to the wire where he's on the verge of missing his Rapid Chess Championship match. These clock situation, 40 seconds, it's going to be 30 minutes plus those 40 seconds because they've reached move 40. And Ketty, now Black suddenly has an H pawn that is a pass pawn. The bishop is free at long last. It's one of these positions where it's about even by objective evaluation, but both sides have chances, because if you're not careful, if you're Hikaru and this queen comes to G3 and this pawn gets to H3, all of a sudden the white king is in some danger, and you can't just play for a win freely from Hikaru's perspective. So a lot has changed in the last few moves.
I feel H pawn creates more danger than E3 pawn, but also has this pass pawn on e-file, but for now it stopped being pushed forward as F4 pawn is hanging. And also H pawn creates more danger, as the king here on F1 is not really safe, and we still have this bad bishop. I was thinking maybe bishop H3 to trade the light square bishop and open up the king even more, but this gives up the control over the B1 H7 diagonal. So there will be in some variations checks. So if you go to the bishop trade, you might already ask like draw here. So Black can keep this bishop on F5 and instead try to get this queen somewhere nice and then push the pawns forward to H4, H3. How about Queen G4 here?
Okay, Queen G4. Yeah, I mean, H4, H3 is the idea. I get the feeling that if White ever wants to draw, he can make it quickly. So I don't think Hikaru is going to be nervous about losing this game unless he really does something shocking. But Queen G4 pushing that H pawn makes perfect sense. And if you ever move this bishop to E4, we see the evaluation go down, because a bishop trade makes the king on F1 even less safe. So if we get H4 and you take and take, there's going to be too many checks to deal with, and the queen going all directions.
All right, so after the final move, king to F1, we have not received any move, and we see 0-0-0. So this is the time when we ask some questions. What is happening here? Is there a move made already? But yeah, Oparin had really low time on the clock, but I don't believe that he flagged himself here in this position.
No, it's move 40. So it's how the relay works. I don't know if anybody out there can create a technological solution, because it feels like there should be one. But this happens every single event when the DGT realizes that when it gets to move 40 and the new time control, only once all the time elapses and then somebody makes their move does it appear on the clock. So Oparin will have an additional just around 30 minutes to figure this position out. But I do think the worst is behind him. He's done a great job of holding the balance in this game. And now he has a number of options, including Queen G3 or Queen G4. Bishop H3 comes to mind just for the bishop trade. And, this pawn on B6 is under attack. So you need to watch out for that pawn. But let's say after queen moves and queen takes B6, already we see a problem with bishop D3 check. The king has to go to G1. And then bishop E4 is lights out. So there are tactics that White still needs to be on the lookout for.
And once again, the tactics is about the light square bishop being just so bad. All right, so in this game, both players can take some time as they have just reached 41st move, and this gives us the opportunity take a look at the other games. Let's go to the game of Tabatabai and Yu Yangi, as Yu Yangi is unstoppable now. He's taking all the white pawns, but Tabatabai also got a7 pawn, and this pawn is really dangerous on a6. It can be soon queen.
Okay, so we last left off with the queen went to a8, and then after a6, the queen went to f1, and then started attacking. They repeated moves, and then take on c5, because f2 hangs with check. Queen takes h2, and they're already past move 40, so the 7 seconds you see don't really matter. And queen takes a7, Ketty. I think that black has the simple queen e2 check, and I'm going to win your e3 pawn. And oh, it's uncertain. It's thinking. Nope, it goes back down.
Success.
Yeah,
success. A lot of times. Okay. Besides the very bad position here for Tabatabai, he is also having this pressure of the other tournament starting in few minutes. He might end up the day by losing this game here in Grand Prix and also skip the Rapid Championship, Robert.
It would be the worst of all situations for him. And yeah, right now, king d4, that's a way to keep the pawn defended. And after queen d2 check, it looks like knight d3 saves the day because everything is defended. But just like in the position we were showing between Hikaru and Oparin, a move like bishop e2, you can't protect your knight and your king is still in trouble. So this looks like a very tough try for Tabatabai after queen e2 check. He's going to have to give up this pawn on e3 here. And if he goes king c4, more pieces come into the attack. And I don't know. How you even survive this game is a big question.
That is really challenging for sure, this position for black, as black can always take the pawns e3 and g3. Those pawns are super weak, and then just give up the dark square bishop at least for the a6 pass pawn and start to push the pawns. And you can also do all this by the checks and take these pawns by the checks. Robert, this is a really unpleasant question, but what do you think? Is it better for Tabatabai to give up this game now as he's losing anyway and focus to the other tournament, or this is not nice?
I don't know if he knows what time it is, right? Like maybe he has a watch. I don't know if watches are allowed.
No, watches are not allowed. Watches are not allowed at the FIDE tournaments, as they have this deductors, and they are not allowed any type of watch or pens. Even you cannot bring your pen at the playing venue. They provide it by themselves. So no watch for sure on his hand. Maybe watch somewhere on the wall. For sure, there's watch somewhere.
Okay, well, maybe he's looking at the clock there. He's just or doing the math on his own clock. But yeah, the position that he has on the board is very bad. And just to sort of kind of show the finishing touches here is in the event that the king tries to run away, the king doesn't have any of these squares. So let's go to b3, you take with check. And if the king goes up the board, the queen will continue just going after this king. But I don't see like the end of the game. For instance, if you take on g3 and then queen takes f7, I mean, this is an annoying pass pawn.
Robert, how about this tricky idea here? Instead of go for g3 pawn, you can do here queen d4 check, and king b3 can be met by bishop a6. Nice.
The knight is pinned, so the knight can't take the piece. And if the queen takes, then you lose your knight on c5. 2 extra pawns is going to be winning for black. So maybe the king needs to keep going up the board with king a5. And suddenly my king is helping out my pawn.
Right. Okay. It was too much.
No, I mean
to kick this king at the best position.
No, it's a good idea, and perhaps you can, try to figure out a way to even trade queens, because a knight is bad at stopping rook pawns, and the king is very far away. So that's something to keep in mind, that a queen trade would benefit black here. But to figure out how to do that is a totally different story. Like, I mean, here, bishop a6, right? That move actually might win, because if you take, check, king moves, takes, and then something like this where maybe the king even just goes up the board.
Oh, that's nice. So knight is so slow and so not resourceful piece in the end game. This not might be enough, and the king on a7 is just too far. It is like in a different universe. It just takes forever for this king to come back in the game, and black can start to push the pawns. King g4, threatening g3, and g5, f5, and create the pass pawns here on the king side. That should be enough for black to win.
Yeah, the king is so slow at coming back here. And if you play knight e4, then you can just kick the knight away. It defends for one turn, but after f5, thank you very much. I'm going to just grab the pawns and go with it. And just here and take. And
yeah, this is a resource here. Black just needs to pick up a3 pawn now. It's hanging by the check, and then can try to think to sacrifice a6 pawn, trade the queens, and go to this endgame. That's the safest way here, rather than to take g3 and let white have the pawn on a6 alive. Another pawn on the 6th rank I can see in the game on MVL and Wesley. Let's bring the bird's eye view and check out if MVL has still some chances here in this game. And that's group C, left side down. He just played h6 move.
so he's down a pawn already. So just when we left off, it was e takes f4. He went rook h3 and rook h7. The knight came up the board, and g6 was played, because if you play h5, you might even get checkmated. I mean, this king is not in a good spot over here. So that could be very scary, not to mention the king takes g5 is a free pawn. So he went g6, knight takes, rook g7, and then he was able to push his h pawn, but it's not going to be enough. What's wrong with knight g4 check?
Knight g4 looks very natural move. Just to go after the last resource that creates a problem here. And after king f3, if this king gets active, you can always give some checks, right?
I mean, yeah, you can.
Okay, yeah.
Take, and then the checks are coming anyway, so that looks like a free pawn.
And according to their clocks, I believe they've reached move 40 already.
Yes.
Let me check. Yeah,
they are move 47.
47. Yeah. So knight g4 now looks like a move. You can also bring rook h1, but this allows white to have the pawn on h6 still alive. I don't believe this is any better for white, but white to not take the pawn on h6 with knight g4. Yeah, this is the move we expect here.
Yeah, and rook h1, h7, I think you still get this pawn, because once you throw in this check, it would look like king g1 gets rid of the rook, but knight f3 check defends the rook, and then knight goes back to g5, and you win the pawn this way too. So I think rook h1 is also very good.
Yeah, and yeah, here there's enough time to think, and Wesley's taking some of his time, which makes sense. He doesn't want to give up this position and this point. We are now bringing the bird's eye view and checking out the game of Nakamura and Oparin. That's the left side on the top, and we can see that Oparin made move queen to g4, and Nakamura very quickly answered queen to d2.
That's right. So queen g4, queen d2, and Hikaru is very good at pressuring his opponents on the clock in addition to the board. He's up a pawn, so if the queens get traded, then these pawns start moving up the board, and black would be in trouble. So the queen trade, that's not what black is going for. But what is black going for? That's the big question. What move to even play right now? What are the threats? Do you play h4? Because if you play h4, queen e2, let's offer this queen trade. And that's the kind of thing that white wants, is to get the queen closer to the king and stop that h-pawn.
Mm-hmm. I like this idea of queen trade, but is there also the threat from white to push e4? Is the queen from d2 guards the f4 pawn, and this pawn e4 now gets more space for white's pieces as well?
It's true. Yeah, you can just kick that bishop out. Although no matter what, when you play e4, even though f4 is guarded, so let's say I play h4 and you play e4, if I move my bishop back somewhere, even bishop c8 or bishop e6, I'm threatening this check and this pawn, and the queen is stuck defending this f4 pawn.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe we don't want to give up for now the control over f4 pawn, and just to put pieces together on the king side just will be better choice here for white. Queen to d2, we're waiting next move from Oparin to be played. And yeah, Hikaru is up on time here, and very soon we're gonna see Grigorian time pressure.
Yeah, Hikaru's up, what, 25 minutes almost. The position isn't so complicated in the sense that there are tactics, but if Grigori makes one inaccuracy, then a second, it can go from a slight advantage for white to a winning advantage. And something that's noteworthy is this pawn here is the right promotion square with this bishop on g2. I talk about this kind of thing a lot, when that's important, because if the queens get traded, black is just down this pawn and the pawn is quickly going up the board, and sometimes you can trade off pawns and then sacrifice your bishop and leave even one pawn remaining, but not when the bishop matches the corner.
It's a good point. So yeah, black doesn't have that resource to at this point. Do you believe that Hikaru thinks that he's having good chances to win, like big advantage?
I think he knows it's within the realm of a hold for Oparin, but he really does have decent chances to win this game, just because even at this moment, not entirely clear what black's move should be. And he plays h4, which seems reasonable, but we even see the eval bar going slightly up to +1, which is still within the holding territory, but better for white.
All right, h4 here. Earlier we suggested move queen to e2, and Robert, this endgame, if queens are off the board, is less chances for black to save the game, right? Because white can create a pass pawn. Black already has a pass pawn on the king side, but these pawns are sort of like stopped for a moment, and white can also start this e pawn going forward. Is there a chance black can find here a way?
I don't think. I think maybe if these pawns were traded, that there would be a way. Like, let's say we get this position. Yeah, you already see the evaluation going down a bunch. That this gives black a chance because the king will be in the center, and then this pawn will be a distraction, the h pawn. So white's king would have to walk back towards the king side, and that's not going to help you get a queen. So I think that if the queens get traded, the move g5 has to work. But in this particular situation, it's apparent that g5 somehow doesn't work, but it's not because of f takes g5.
How about e4 here? Oh, and then bishop g4, bishop f3.
Yeah, what's going on here?
Bishop takes, king. I don't know.
Yeah, this is this. No. Yeah, the reason why this is
yeah.
No, you're all good. The pawn is within the king's box over here. So if you takes, and now we have two pawns going, and the black king can't stop both. So, but I think after e4, like if this is retreat, if you ever play f5, I mean, this is so complicated.
It's very complicated, as now black can play king h6, king g4, king f4, help these pawns going forward. And for now, white's pawns are stopped. They can't go forward. Like if you go e5, you lose f5. If you go f6, bishop e6, and stops these pawns, and you always want to have these pawns at the same color as the opponent's bishop. And yeah, king h6, king g5 is the way to get closer, and pawns can just start to roll on the king side.
There's an interesting line here. Like, let's say you play b4 or something like that, and h3. You have to, I guess, play bishop h1, because bishop f1. I was thinking there's this check, and then after here.
Oh my God, Robert! Look at this. What is? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
no, you're
look
fine.
at this board on down. G5 is on the board without queen trade.
No, that's actually really smart. It's what we were talking about, and he found the right way to make it work. Because after g5, if you trade queens, now there's a trade of pawns that's forced. And if you take here, king g6, this is exactly what you want from the black side.
And there's no a4 anymore because there's no bishop on f5 to be attacked. So there is no choice for that. And what happens if g pawn is traded to e pawn, like on f4? Is there still better for white?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, let's say we play bishop e4 check or something, and the king goes to, oh wait, no, we can't go king g7 because now we take and the king can't get here. So that's actually forces king h6 to defend the pawn. And then if we move our king, then once we get this trade, it seems to be within the balance for black because of this outside pass pawn.
Robert, very important note there, after king h6, there's no move f5. You cannot keep the pawns, as much pawns as possible on the board, because after f5, black can then play king g7, g5 is no longer hanging, and then king f6, king e5, just bring this king in the center, and white's pieces are just paralyzed.
Yeah, and then these pawns will start pushing once the bishop moves out the way. So it seems like black's pawns are also doing some good work, and this bishop can, nope, I can draw my arrow as I promised, can go to d1 at some moment to stop the pawn going to a4, because what you really need to do is play b4, a4, a5 very quickly, but black can throw a bishop down d1 to throw a wrench in those plans.
All right, now after g5, as the pawn is pushed and we cannot take these pawns back, is there a way that white can just bring the queen back on d2 or anywhere else and try to use this fact that the pawn is pushed and the 7th rank is exposed?
I guess just h3, kick this bishop somewhere. And the white king is also wide open, so it probably leaves more possibilities for a perpetual check or something like that. The king's doesn't have any safety.
Right, what a game. Oparin is not making any easy time here for Hikaru in this game as well. The evaluation bar stands very strong here on the white side, but for a practical point of view, it's not easy to find these only moves here, which keeps white the advantage.
No, I mean, maybe bishop c6, because the bishop out on c6 helps you play a4, b4, a5. And like this kind of position here, where the black king is trying to get towards the center, the question is it quick enough? Because a white, if you play king f5, can play king e3 to defend this pawn. And, well, how do you now draw this game? This would be a big threat. If the king goes back, probably e6. We're in a situation where I see the eval bar saying that white is +1, but in an endgame when you're up a pawn, +1 often means that it still should be a draw.
Yeah, that's true. All right, g5 on the board. Hikaru is thinking he's investing a lot of time here because it's the move that you probably don't expect to be played. g5 is really nice move by Oparin. And yeah, we don't have yet any moves. Let's bring the bird's eye view and check out the other games in the game of Wesley So and MVL. This is the left side down there. We have not have the move yet, but we do have a moves in the game of Tabatabai and Yuyangi. There was some check, and the king got closer to a6 pawn. And Robert, another game, Dubov and Keymer. This is the right side on the top. Somehow Dubov managed to push the pawns safely and not lose his pawns. Is there a chance that he can get something out of this position?
For Dubov, I mean, I'll pull the game up here and we can take a look. It seems like these pawns going up to b4 and c5, that of course Dubov made progress, right? And the engine saying, no, nothing happened here. Let's say you push c6. The problem for white,
engine is hard thing, like not reacting to this kind of situations. As for human being, it seems really good progress for white.
Yeah, it really looks like it. But then you realize that with the rook all the way up on the queen side, bishop f2, rook takes g3 is not just check. It's a little checkmate. So if you go check here and the king goes up and you keep pushing your pawns, already there's checkmate in one threatened.
Yeah, the things can go wrong here from this point, as there's no way to avoid the checkmate here. Yeah, you can't even play h5 here. Rook g3 is a bit of check, and you have to step on the side, and you're gonna lose more material after like rook g5 can be played, or rook to keep rook this on g file and then capture the h5 pawn is also a possibility here for black. So it's a nice threat.
And of course, it's still completely equal. Every time the position looks like it's going to be a problem, no, it's fine. You can move your rook wherever you want to, and it's still going to be a draw.
Right. And the other board, we can bring up the bird's eye view. Yeah, in the other game, Tabatabai and Yu Yangi, here we have this check and king is on c6. Robert, do you think now he is ready, Yu Yangi, to take the pawn on g3, or he will give some more checks before he captures the pawn?
It's a good question. And that king, it is running. It put on its running shoes, and it went all the way to c6. And do you take on g3? That's such a big question, because if you take on g3, it does give white time to consider taking on f7 over here. But after queen g3, if you take on f7, I was already wondering, can we just trade queens?
Yeah, you can also trade it for queen g6, but I think queen f3 is just very good, because you bring the bishop on h1 to a8 diagonal. That's where you need to have this bishop to sacrifice, and you have h-pawn already pushed forward. h4, h3 is the next threats here for white.
That's right. And look at this. The queen takes f3 was a blunder. And if that's a blunder, it means it only moves queen d5. And there's a really big difference here that after trades, and let's say you try to play h4, a7 is played. And after check, there's knight e4. And it's not quite the searching for Bobby Fischer ending, because this pawn needs to be on h2 so that when you take, there would be this queen with check. So it's somehow actually even, of course, because every position you've ever seen is even. You're down a queen, but you're getting one back.
It's extra queen here for white, and it's still even, but this makes actually sense. White cannot give a check now. The knight is pinned. Queen has no square to give a check, and black's pawn is unstoppable. However, it's going to be also hard to win this endgame after queen a1 and queen trade. Wait, it's winning, Robert. It's winning. Like if queen a1, I just made perfect move. Queen a1, h1, queen. Yep. Queen takes h1, bishop takes h1, knight is pinned. And here what's really important, black can take over on the king side. And this is the winning endgame for black.
And that would be really funny, because white queens first and then would lose the king and pawn in game very simply, because you can't maintain the opposition, right? You would need to have this position. That's a draw. But black would walk into that and say, go up the board, and the opposition is on black's terms and thus winning.
Yeah, this should not happen. And we do have Yu Yang is still thinking at this position. So queen g3 makes sense here. There is also check first, bishop f3.
I like that. Where's this king going? King. Oh, that makes a big difference. That makes a really big difference, because in this position over here, there's already queen d6 check, and that looks pretty scary for the pieces.
Oh, it loses a piece after king b5, bishop e2, king b4. There's queen b6 check, and white can't hold the knight on c5. Queen b6 loses this knight. So, time is ticking. 2 minutes before the rapid championship, and Tabatabai is going to miss that event today. All the attention still is on the board. We can see that Hikaru is still thinking after g5. Let's bring the bird's eye view and take a final glance at the all the positions. In the game of MVL and Wesley, that's down there in the group C, we have rook on h1. So this is still game going on if the h7 pawn is alive. And yeah, all the actions is still in progress, although we have last 4 games, we still don't know what's going to happen. And there are not going to be 4 draws here, Robert, anymore. There are going to be some decisive results for sure.
There definitely will be decisive results. And the players, they're taking their time, deliberating, trying to figure out which of their options are the best. And for Grigori Oparin and Hikaru Nakamura in particular, it's such an essential game. So we'll come back in just a few minutes and we'll see. Can Hikaru convert this game into a win, or does Grigori Oparin have the results in the bag? Can he make this draw and keep at least a tie for first in Group A? We'll find out in a few.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022, the final tournament of the Grand Prix cycle. And we're going to know very soon who's going to get the seat at the Candidates Tournament 2022, which is going to happen in June this year. And Robert, we still don't know this round 5 already, but we have no idea who's going towards those 2 or even 3 seats. For now, for today, we do have 4 games down, 2 draws and 2 decisive results, and 4 games in progress. And seems like we are still having a lot of fun in most of the games. Robert, there's no move in the game of Hikaru Nakamura and Grigori Oparin. Seems like Hikaru took a lot of time here to figure out the position. But we do have a lot of changes in the game of MVL and Wesley So. That's in Group C. Let's go to that game and check out how Wesley is standing.
Well, it looks like Wesley, he has found a way to liquidate, and now he's up a pawn in endgame and is completely winning. So Maxime may tip over his king in just a few turns. So we last left off where that pawn went to h6. Your move, rook h1, h7, and king f6, just kicking the king away, the rook away, and after rook a7, king g6, winning this pawn directly. So I think that Wesley had this all worked out. The best that White could do was win 1 pawn back, and Wesley gives up the d6 pawn to activate his king, and seems pretty straightforward.
Black has an extra pawn now. Knight is on the board. Knight can give some unpleasant checks here, but what is the precise way how Black is going to win? Is there easy path, for instance, like king e4, king d3 to go to c3 pawn, or he's gonna go to push the f pawn first and then he will see?
Yeah, I think just king comes into e4. If the king goes to e2, f3 check. And the problem for White is just that everywhere it's losing. We have your king g3, f2, and you get to this position, there's this pawn remaining. So after king d3, if you try to protect your pawn, then king e2 and f1 equals queen. And if you, well, I guess I can go king e2 regardless. But if I took this pawn, my point was you can take 1 pawn, but not the second, and then it's a queen.
That's right. So the idea can be just to keep the pawn, f pawn going forward, keep all the attention, get all the attention of the king and the bishop, and then switch the side and go to c3 pawn. And Robert, we have to take a look what happens if we do get the pawn endgame. How easy is that endgame to be won by Black?
Yeah, so if White takes and goes king f3, we just create the opposition, and it's not really about the opposition, just so much that the king will go this way. So king f2, king e4, king d3. And this is where some people would say, all right, let's give a check and then go this way, which is winning, but very easy is king to d3 and just take this pawn, and then you're going to promote the c pawn. So no matter what, with the bishop and knight on the board, with them traded, White just will not be able to deal with all the Black threats, and that c pawn, the presence of the c pawn, allows Black to win. So Wesley So is going to tie the group with Sam Shanklin.
That's right. He played bishop to c5, but this move doesn't really change too much. After bishop c5, now Black can push f3. If you play king f2, then you will fall for the fork. Knight d3 will check and attack the bishop. You might play king g3 and then king e4, but here Wesley goes with king e4 first. He keeps this f3 on the board. The next can be king f3 or knight d3 or knight g4. It is just perfect position for Black.
Yeah, too many options available, and the pawn will be pushed, and this king can go into d3 if you do nothing. So yeah, it's just a straightforward path for this king. It went from h7 to d3.
Oh,
right. It took the pawn there and just ran to the center.
Yeah. And before the king was on f5, it went from e6, as I remember. Yeah, this king is quite a traveler in the game, but when pieces are off the board, you can be so brave. Robert, we do have some updates in the game of Hikaru and Oparin. This is so tense game and so important game from the Group A, as first game has been already ended. Levon Aronian scored a full point, and now we do have one last game in the A group, and we have queens off the board and bishop to c6.
Wow. So the queens were traded. The bishop went to c6. And, the situation is one where white wants to push these pawns. And this position is obviously better for white. That is clear. So the question becomes, how do you win this game? And where are the pieces going to go? So this king on h7. Where's this king going to end up? I think you have to play king g6 at some moment. You can throw in this pawn trade on f4, but the king will have to come towards the center and maybe even towards the queen side. But Katie, if the king goes all the way to the queen side, then there's this f pawn to deal with as well.
The f pawn starts. Yeah, this pawn will be pushed forward. But how about to bring the king on d6? And to have in the middle of the board, like if you need, you can go on the queen side. If you need, you can go on the king side. And if black manages to get any of the white's pawn, then bishop can be sacrificed for the other pawn. So this can be hope here for Oparin.
Okay, and this is one of those positions as well where people see a number on the engine, right? They say, let's just stop here for a second, and ours currently is saying plus 1.3, 1.5, depending on the depth. It's going to go up and down a little bit. But even in endgames, if you look at a position, sometimes it'll say plus 2.5, plus 3, and it's still a draw because there could be a fortress that it doesn't see, the horizon effect happens. So I wouldn't, if I were watching this game on my own, and I was looking at it with an engine, I think it's not productive and not helpful for yourself as a growing chess player to say, oh, it's winning, they missed the win, because just the engine may go from plus 2 to plus 1 or whatever it may be. You need to verify that with the moves and let it reach its maximum depth. So, in this position, whether it's a4, whether bishop c6 is good, I tend to trust Hikaru Nakamura's calculation. The move a4, trying to play b4 and a5. The move bishop d7 already looks like it stops the pawns in their tracks. So I like the move bishop c6 a lot. Hikaru spent a ton of time making it, and he is trying his best to push these pawns.
Yes, that's a very good point to mention about the engine. But Robert, the other game has been ended, which we were talking earlier. MVL resigned against Wesley So after the king got activated and king got on d3, and there is no point to keep the game in progress. So now we do have 2 leaders in this group out of 4. This is a big step, it could be 2 draws and we could have the same situation, but no, we now have clear leaders in the group, and those are Wesley So and Sam Shankland.
So they both win the black pieces, an unexpected day there, and we're going to see if Hikaru in Group A can join Levon Aronian and tie the at the top of the leaderboard. But the last one was played king g6 by Oparin, and he is trying to bring his king closer towards the queen side. So what can we see as the potential winning plan at this point for white? It's going to involve pawn pushes on the queen side, but if we just go for the pawn pushes and black trades and goes king f6, right? Let's say we go like this, then a4, king e6. And if we play a5, maybe we're pushing too soon, because what white's best chance is to keep the options flexible. You don't want to push until you're ready. And here with the bishop back on e4, there's no tempo gaining move against the bishop on c6. Had you played a5, Ketty, right, we have a situation where the king gets the d6 with a tempo against the bishop, which means the king gets to the a pawn in time.
That's definitely not what white should do. But Robert, in this variation, you avoid to bring king on f5. What is the reason for that? Is there the idea to trade the light square bishops, or just black is actually not going for f4, but black is going to the queen side? For instance, like after king g6, and when white pushed the pawns, here, b4, pawn takes f4, and king f5. Is this a losing move?
Unfortunately, because of the placement of the bishop here, after king f4, bishop takes g4, king g4, losing. It's king and 2 pawns, king and 2 pawns. but the A pawn is too fast and the white king is in the box. So you're not going to be able to promote your pawn over here. And that just means that this king is too far away, white queens.
So yeah, Black has to be a bit careful here. Talking about the engine, Robert, one of the advices, maybe not the advices, but the directions from my coach was not to analyze the games by the engine. So when you're looking the games by the engine, your brain is not working as much as it should, because you are watching and you are waiting for engine to do your work. And he was always telling me, first analyze the game by yourself, think it by yourself, and then check if your analysis is correct by the engine. So we do like to see this bar going up and down. It's really lovely thing to see indeed. But if we're talking about improving chess and learn something, it's just always good to just focus on chess rather than on the sidebar.
Mm-hmm. That's right. And, when I was going over games, when I was younger, when I was a kid, my coach would have me write in a notebook first. So, play the game, then write my thoughts in a notebook, and then verify those thoughts with the engine, because that way I could go through the moves, think about it, see if I would be able to find it myself, and then verify with the engine. But right now, the king goes to G6, and it's looking after B4 that if we trade here, we need to be precise. So King F5, we just learned, is losing because of the bishop trade. So we can't play King F5, but we want to. That means we need to move this bishop first. And by kind of a process of elimination, should the bishop go to D1? Well, if the bishop to D1, does that actually stop the A pawn? The answer is no, because the bishop defends this pawn over here. And if you trade, unfortunately for black, you win one pawn, but not the other. This remains a completely winning position for white, who can play here and will eventually win this pawn and then bring the king all the way around to win the other pawn. So this we know for a fact would be losing. So bishop D1, Ketty, we can kind of eliminate that move. I think it doesn't stop not just the A pawn, but after A5 takes, we get a position where this bishop can't even get to the square because the king is perfectly placed.
It's perfectly placed, and if you cannot stop here A6 pawn, then you can never stop and control A8 square, because there is already this bishop of white will never move from this diagonal, and there will be just game over. But also, Robert, in these positions, if you have some time and instead of King F5 you play bishop move and you try to get this bishop on the F1 H6 diagonal, but always have a chance to push the pawn forward. We can make here some moves like A4, A5, take, and bishop to C4. But there's always this opportunity for white to play bishop to B7, and you can always push the pawn on A6.
Right, but so your point is a really good one. The thing that white needs to do is keep this pawn on the board, because in this position, after A5 takes, as you were saying, that if we get here, that you could play bishop b7, a6, but immediately black will take it because white has no pawns remaining, and that would be a draw. So I think that keeping the f4 pawn is the most important thing in this position, as the liquidation without more pawns remaining would be a split point. So take on f4, Hikaru, of course, will take back on f4, and now this bishop, I'm thinking, Ketty, that bishop c8 is the safest option, because now the bishop is already stopping the pawn's progress, and white will probably try to bring the king to e3 to defend. And after king f5, maybe even king f3, the king is cut off. So now the pawn can go, this bishop can always give a check, and we see the evaluation going up again.
That's right. What I was thinking here, is he blundering h3 pawn here? Because h3 king, g3, and then h2. If you take my h pawn, I will take your f1, and that's what black wants. But we just pointed out, bishop e4 is such a powerful move here. You kick this king back, f4 pawn will be no anymore in danger, and then you can play king g3 and stop h pawn going forward. So this is not gonna work in the game. Instead of rooks bishop c8, this was my favorite move here too, after seeing all of these variations. But Oparin went for king to f6, and here we have a4 on the board. White is trying to create a passer on the queen side.
But I see the evaluation mark going up and up and up. So how is Black going to stop these pawns?
King to e7, king to d6. Let's try this way.
But this bishop comes to e4, and you play king d6, and I'm already thinking, can I just push my pawn to f5? Because if king to e5 over here, now your king and your bishop can't be everywhere. Oh, I'm not sure. It's going up and down. But I was thinking that in this position, after king takes e4, f6, bishop e6, a6, and you can't stop both of them.
No matter what engine says here, it's impossible to stop the both pawns as they're too far and the black king is wrongly placed. King e7 is on the board. So if Hikaru now plays bishop e4, then Grigori will have big task to solve. How to stop pawn f5 coming forward.
No, this is not winning. This is clear to me that it's winning. Before I wasn't so sure. And this move bishop c8 was the only move that the engine seems to approve of. And I understand why, but it's incredibly counterintuitive. So after king f2, we saw king f5, which is the logical move, attacking a pawn and getting closer to the queen side, that this move is bad because of king f3 and white wins. That means I'm going to process of elimination it. I would never have found this myself during a game. King h5, going away from the pawn, is actually the way to get the pawn, because I want to go king g4 and attack your pawn this way. And if you play a4, king g4, king e3, I'm going to use my pawn, my outside pass pawn. I'm going to try to distract your pieces as best I can, and then white is not able to make the progress necessary.
Well, king h5 is the best move here in this position. It's so strong and also so hard to find. I don't know how many chances I would get to find this move. I don't know. I really don't know. It's just a weird looking move. Maybe if I know it's some sort of like study position, I have it on the board, it's from a book, maybe I will go for a move like this. But in actual game, I think even if I have like 10 tries, I would never go for king h5 here. It's just too deep.
Yeah, no one is playing king h5. I mean, what an odd move. The whole point of this endgame is you're scared of this a pawn, so you're trying to bring your king closer to the queen side. But the king going to h5 is a way to get closer. If bishop f3 check, here the king goes back to g6, and now king e3. It looks like there was no progress made, but the bishop is perfectly situated on c8, just getting ready for the advancing pawn. I could throw in h3, and from white's point of view, if this king ever goes, then the black king comes with the board, and if I start pushing my pawns here, now after king f5, check, I have this king g4 move again, and it still looks like it's close, but with the pawn going to h2, now white is kind of frozen.
Yes, this king on g4 just stops the f pawn going forward in the best way. And the bishop stops a6 pawn. If you are not careful, the black pawn is itself on h2, and this pins the bishop here on this diagonal. So that's a really good chance. But yeah, unfortunately, it was missed. Bishop e4 now we have on the board, and Grigori played king to d6 really fast. I don't know if he realized how big is his problem after a5, but he played this move really fast, king d6.
Well, king h5 is a sort of a foreign concept to any chess player who's at the board, who's been struggling for hours, who knows they're on the worst side of this end game. So, I can't fault Giri too much for the miss over there, especially after he played such good defense for hours. But now it's clear to me that it's just winning f5, a5, and you can't stop these pawns.
Yeah, Grigori wished to jump over f5 pawn if white plays there, to bishop to c8, to stop a6 pawn coming forward, and to control f pawn by d6 king. But that requires some magic, and will be not possible after f5. Robert, is that f5 only move here, or a5 also brings us into the same position?
No, a5 I think would be an inaccuracy because the king is so close. So a5, if we trade on a5, the king comes to c5, already threatening to win this pawn. And if you have to push the pawn to the square, then you play bishop d3 or bishop b7, but either way, you're kind of stuck. So if you play bishop d3 to protect, I think that black can just kind of maneuver around, I don't know, bishop c8, let's say, king up, bishop back, king up. So the king's trying its best, but where's the king actually going to?
Yeah, you're just waiting. If pawn is pushed to f5, we take that pawn and the bishop will be distracted. If you bring king to e5 and you hope that after f5, you will take it by the king, here is not it time to push the h pawn now?
Exactly. The bishop will have to come to e4 to stop it. And then when that happens, you lose your a6 pawn. So the game would be a draw. So there was no way at that point to make progress for white if you push the a5 move too soon. So at king d6 right now, Hikaru should not push the a pawn, and he pushes the correct pawn, the f pawn, shutting off this bishop, and now the a pawn will go.
Wow, f5 is on the board. We're waiting for the next move of Oparin, and Robert, I have something unfinished business in the game of Aronian and Esipenko. So while we're waiting the move here from Oparin, let's bring that game still back and bring the move h4, which has been played. I'm just looking now the tweet and the interview of Andrei. The question is, Andrei, was the move h4 a surprise for you? Which is a very obvious question, right, to ask. Esipenko answers, actually, I was surprised that I was playing against Levon today. I thought I was playing against Hikaru. When I came, I was shocked. And with black pieces, I thought I had white. So just imagine what happens to Andrei today.
He's no one to blame but himself. You know, you got to verify the pairings. And I understand why that wouldn't make sense to him, because he played Levon in the third game. So you think, oh, I'll play in the order. I'll play Oparin, Nakamura, Aronian. Oparin, Nakamura, Aronian, but that doesn't work in these double round robins because of the colors and the pairings. So for Andrei, that's surprising. I think, you know, he just turned 20. He'll learn his lesson and that won't happen again. But even Alexei Shirov in the first Grand Prix was surprised when there was a rest day was after the fourth game and not the third day. So players just have not been getting the memo.
That shows me a clear picture that some of the players not have coach or seconds to help them, right? Like if you have a second or a coach and you both made this mistake, then it's something really wrong. So just imagine Andrei missed a rest day to get ready for the different game, which is not happening. That's just so bad.
Unbelievable, but costly mistake by Esipenko not looking up the pairings, preparing. Well, maybe he'll be well prepared for Hikaru tomorrow. I guess he had an extra head start on his preparation for Nakamura, and he'll need it because the way Hikaru is playing, I mean, sort of how this tournament has gone for Hikaru is it could not have started worse. He loses a game to Levon when he challenges Levon in the preparation. Levon comes out on top. Game 2, he's playing against Esipenko. He's on the worst side of the position. He manages to hold the draw and actually played very, very, very good defense. Then game 3, he's getting blown off the board by Grigori Oparin. Like Hikaru should have lost that game and had no chance to make his way through the cannons. But that's the type of player and how determined Hikaru is that even when it looks like he's gone, he's lost, he's out of it, he fights back. He is such a tenacious fighter. He always has been. It might be his greatest characteristic as a chess player is that he will always fight, no matter the position, no matter how much time is left, no matter how bad it looks. You can never count him out. And he's won first a game against Aronian. Now he's completely winning against Oparin in a game that didn't look like it was going to go his way. He kept the pressure on Oparin, and Oparin makes one mistake, and suddenly the game is lost.
Yes, it makes me feel that Hikaru really likes challenges, and the this kind of challenges actually makes him strong. Meanwhile, the game between Daniel Dubov and Vincent Keymer ended in a draw. We had this end game, unbalanced end game, but we did not really expect anything, any complications in that end game. So here we have another draw, 3 draws, 3 decisive results. What a day we are having today.
Yes, and more decisive results to come, because the game between Nakamura and Oparin, that should end in the near future with a win for Hikaru. And then Amin Tabatabai, he wanted to play in the RCC. He's playing too long, and there's a pawn A7, but black controls the diagonal.
We can bring up that game and check it out before we are waiting the moves in the game of Hikaru and Oparin. And I'm so surprised that White is alive for so long.
Well, not for much longer, I don't believe, because the bishop and the queen cover the A8 square. H3 was just played by Yu Yangyi. And if White tries to queen like this, next move, I get a queen. After takes, queen takes, king takes. Now we do get the searching for Bobby Fischer type of ending, where after White queens first, Black bishop second, and I take your queen.
Bishop, yes. Just bishop there. Oh, that's the worst situation when your opponent promotes the pawn to the bishop. Just imagine how much the opponent trolls you.
Yeah, well, we can also get the queen, but this is exactly how the game ended. So the king was more in the center, but still, that's the concept, the skewer down the diagonal.
Oh, really hopeless position here for Tabatabai. He gives check on f5, but that's just a check. It's not double check here. Double attack g6 is the move, can be played and has played already. Counterattack to the queen, and there's no more check for now. F7 pawn is guarded by the bishop. Queen f6, and in case of h2, there is queen h4 check. That's what he's looking for, but that's the only check. Then you have to give up your knight for another check. So, Robert, is that a trap here after h2?
I think the trap is that White wants to make this move next. So that's why, cleverly, Tabatabai, it provoked the move g6. If he had queened right away, bishop takes, queen takes f7, there would be a draw if you gave White a free turn, because check and back, and the king has to go to g8 and h7. So that would be a draw. But the problem is, instead of pawn to h2, you can just go queen d5 check, trade the queens off the board, and win with your extra pawns. So what Tabatabai is doing is super clever, as now if h2, I think a8 equals queen distracts this bishop away.
Oh, that's very nice sequence here. If Black takes the queen, then White takes the f7 pawn. Is there a way that King can try to run away from h6?
It can try its best, but it won't succeed. Check here, King g4, check. A lot of checks.
G3.
Probably this check, because if I go here, my king's in the way, right? So then you play king f2, and I'm losing checks. So I check here, and then I check here.
King g1 and queen f1. Is that a way?
Queen. So you want to? Okay, so if I check you here. Because you can trade, but after this happens, I get the feeling that this check is good enough. I'm going to win your pawn.
Oh, wow. So that's a serious threat by Tabatabai with queen f5 first and then queen f6. Black should not go to this, because I'm not sure that this can end in a good way, as you see right now here. So to avoid this threat, how Black should go? Start to give some checks, maybe, or king to g8 and then g7.
You went h2.
Oh no! Oh no!
he must see something here. So let's see. Queen back here. Do I have to? I don't have to take right away. I can give some checks. So that's a check. I don't know if I want to give the check, but that is a check. King C5. Now I have to take.
You don't have to take, Robert. You can give another check on C3 and check if he takes the bishop on D5. Then you can also promote the queen.
Oh
and remember, FIDE rooks.
Oh my gosh, that is amazing! You give up the bishop to get a queen, and then win the queen right back over there.
Yeah. 4 queens, they are not looking at each other, but still they are funny looking. So after queen c3, king d6 is the move.
And
you can now bring the queen to g3. I don't know where we're going, to be honest.
Yeah, what if I go
my
back?
idea was queen c7 at some point to bring this queen on the 7th rank to guard f7 and then take the queen. But what is going on?
Oh, I go here.
Oh no.
No more checks, and that's mate. And if you take, I take, you take, and then I take, and I got your pawn.
So yeah, this game is not end yet. And it's not close to the end after h2, Robert.
Yeah, this game, okay, went back down to favorable for black. So a8 equals queen. Oh my goodness. So if we take, we had this position where the queen goes up. Oh, wait a sec. There's an even better draw, which is weird to say because all draws should be the same. But what if I check here? Because after king g7, I have knight e6 check. And to draw, I force the draw without having to calculate anything. I go back and forth between h4 and e7. And then if your king goes back, I go like this, and there's nothing you can do.
Oh my God, you seem very nice person, but playing moves like knight e6, it proves the other.
Well, from the beginning, I was trying to figure out a way to, go after this king and just, if king g8.
Knight e6 is a brilliant move.
It just means you don't have to worry about a thing. Hakuna Matata.
And you just keep this queen on the dark squares. Queen e7, queen d8, queen h4. You don't need to find other squares for the queen.
No, unless you go to king g8, in which case queen d8 would allow your king to escape. So then I'll, of course, go here and then go back and...
Wow. Nice. So h2, now Taba is thinking, can he find this move? He has 16 minutes and Yuyangi has only 4 minutes.
Yeah, a8 equals queen. It saves the day here. So queen, check. Here, you said, wait a sec. Wait. If you take now, there's no knight e6. Because after knight e6 takes queen e7 check. Once this king goes to h7, the queen blocks over here.
Yeah, that's right. That's important detail here. So after queen to b2, means that we can take the queen next move.
And then after queen f7, now we have to calculate all over again because the king is going to go up. Then this queen can check from all over the place. Is it going to be a draw? How deeply can the engine see?
You know what worries me here for black? At some point, white can give a check on the a1 to h8 diagonal and then jump the knight by the check, and b2 queen might be hanging in that position. And this can happen actually, like queen f8, queen h8.
Yeah, I'm trying to see how I can force that sort of thing. Let's say check and here and I hung my queen. I was trying to get the queen on the same line. Okay, here and then some kind of knight f5 check.
Yeah, knight f5 here.
Yeah, and it's funny because it doesn't even lose for black because you get another queen, but then you just start giving this check and take this pawn. So still a draw.
who would think that we could see some light in this position for Tabatabai, as he was losing from the middle game and never really had a practical chance, but he found this check in Queen f6, and Yuyanki just ignored that, and he pushed h2. I'm sure he could find better move than h2 here, just to give some checks and find a better score for the queen first, and then go forward to h2. But yeah, this is the currently situation, and there is 10 minutes difference on the clock. Tabatabai has more time. We don't have any moves here. That gives us some time to go to the other game, which is in progress. Hikaru Nakamura and Grigory Oparin, they have traded some pawns on the queen side. So let's figure it out how it's happening there.
Okay, well, we see the position. The king is trying to get this pawn. The bishop is trying to get this pawn, but it's white's turn right now. The last few moves were after f5, bishop to d1, forcing that pawn up the board. And then after takes, king c5 here. If white plays f6, black needs to deal with this pawn. And you can't deal with the king because after a6, a7, a8, the bishop means that the black bishop can't get it. So Ketty, f6, what can black even hope for here?
Yeah, bishop b3, I think, is on the board. It has been played.
Yes, it has.
What is happening? It's so complicated. There is this, no, white cannot get the tempo here, right? Like first, for instance, a6, king b6, bishop b7, and then to try to get on h3, hg4 square, and to take this pawn is winning for sure. But then bishop comes on e6, stopping you to take the pawn, and then king a7, king b6 gonna happen.
Right, so you're saying this, but the problem is, so you're right that the king can't get to the pawn, but you have this move, bishop c8.
Bishop c8?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, you're showing your true colors, Robert. I'm getting scared of you.
You know,
bishop c8 now.
I just want to go after the pawn, so you can't take on c8, as then white promotes. And with the queen against a bishop, that's easily winning. And so if you can't take, you need to move your bishop to keep the pawn under control. And then I scoop up the pawn and work my king in.
Yeah, and that's the right side, right square, not square, right side. For the a pawn, as it's light and white has light square bishop. So there is no worries of the end game with extra piece at all. So hold on. Is there a way to win just like this, as we saw? a6, bishop b7, and king to g2, h3. It's like 4 moves. And then bishop c8 should be found here by Hikaru.
Mm-hmm. Seems pretty straightforward. So there's nothing Oparin can do anymore.
And Robert, for instance, moves like king g2 here will give up the pawn on a5, right? King b5 can be played and attack the pawn on a5.
Exactly. That would be a big, big mistake, thinking, oh, my king will help me out and win. The problem is the black king takes, and then it starts running back into the position. And you can force... oh, I made a mistake. I was trying to move too fast. I guess I should stay on the dark squares, not the light squares. That makes perfect sense. Because here, king g7, I guess the next move is bishop g6 and bishop f7, kind of a common idea. And if I had started with king d6 instead, after king g7, I have this important move, king to e5. So you just want to keep in touch with this pawn.
All right, and moves like bishop g6, bishop f7 will be met by just move bishop from this diagonal, and then there's bishop d1 and bishop h5 ideas there. Like for instance, bishop c4 now, and when you go bishop f7, bishop to e2.
But then there's this move. This is actually really a nasty idea, and then something that I've made a mistake in a million times is that this bishop comes to g6, and then cuts the bishop off, and then you promote your pawn.
All right. So how black is going to hold? That's a question.
So
there.
I think here, right here, it still says it's in the balance. And
is there a bishop to g8? Oh, it's a bad move. No, don't do that.
Okay,
bishop g8, bishop f7 anyway.
Yeah.
I can survive. Yeah, bishop, yeah.
Right. And then the pawn goes up the board. But bishop g8 is a clever move. So what the way is, and it's actually instructed to see how you lose the game. Like the fact that we lost the game because when we brought the bishop here, this bishop came to g6 is what cost us. So this king needs to be on g5. And my coach, when I was growing up, he once showed me this position, and I thought, it would never happen, not useful. And I'm glad we have it here because king f4, after bishop f7, bishop d1, bishop g8, bishop h5, bishop h7. Now we have king g5, and you can't block my bishop from sacrificing itself for the pawn.
Oh, that's such a brilliant idea. So there's something that we're going to remember from today's commentary, Robert, these ideas how to hold the draw in this endgame. So now we have the cross table on the screen, and we can see for now in Group A, Hikaru Nakamura, Levon Aronian are having 3 points.
That's right. The game is officially over. Let's show the final move. It was a little cheeky rook promotion. I was showing a position earlier. We promote to a bishop. Hikaru promotes to a rook. And the reason why is after a6, bishop d5, this bishop is already overloaded. And after a7, king c7, black is one turn away from grabbing the pawn. But unfortunately, after a8 equals rook, you have to take it. And then f7, f8 equals rook or queen.
All right. Yeah, and he promoted the rook to a1. That's also for content indeed. So this game has been ended, and now we do have two leaders in the group. Still one game is in progress. That's in Group D. And yeah, this might continue for a little bit.
Well, it looks like the 8 equals queen happened, Ketty, and now we're going to see the draw.
Oh, that's unexpected in this game, especially. So queen is off the board, queen on h4 gives a check, and Tabatabai says 96 here. Otherwise, he would capture the pawn on f7 with a check, but he now sees this 96. If king goes to g8, 96 will no longer be a check, but now white has queen d8, and you have to not repeat the move and get this king on g7. And now we do know what will be white's response, and that's knight to e6.
Right. There's really no other move at this point. You don't have a single check. Black's about to get another queen. So knight e6 check forces the action. And we talked about this before. The queen goes back between h4 and e7, and then between e8 and e7 over here. So the game, it looks like it's concluding. A little bit too late for Amin Tabatabai to make the Rapid Chess Championship, but a very important result because going into the round, that group had all 4 players at 2 out of 4. Now all 4 will be at 2.5 out of 5. So Yu Yangyi, he's going to be very disappointed that he threw away such a good chance to take the lead in Group D.
It was a really good chance for him. He had everything to win this game. And can you believe Tabatabai survived with this fat king? King has never been castled, but we have seen some games when king is not castled. But white's king today in this game was horrible king.
Yeah, really terrible king. The king was on E2 and E1 and somehow ended up on B5. But it was enough in the end because Yu Yangyi could not punish him, and the game is officially a draw after this repetition. So, Ketty, all games are, well, I guess they're just going to play a few more moves just to repeat, but all games will be done. Many decisive games today.
A lot of important games. and a lot of important results. Now we do have a little bit different picture from what we had at the beginning of a day. So we can take a look at the Group A. Aronian and Nakamura now taking the leader's position. Very likely we might see here tiebreaker. That's actually what I want to see myself personally. That's going to be so tense and interesting. Group B is very similar. Mamedyarov and Dominguez are keeping the leading. What happens in Group D, Robert, is that still 4-way tie?
Still a 4-way tie, and Anish Giri will get the white pieces against Amin Tabatabaei. So he should be the favorite in that group. Amin's been playing some great chess. He had a great opening today and actually had a huge advantage that he let slip. But as we look at the pairings for tomorrow, the 6th and final round of the group stage, Aronian and Nakamura both get black. And Oparin and Esipenko, you know that they're ready to strike at any moment. And Group C, Shanklin, white against Vashir Legrave. So, white against Predke. Everything's up for grabs.
A lot of things to happen, but one thing that we know for sure, Esipenko is well prepared against Nakamura, and he can double prepare for tomorrow's round. There was a bit of an accident, unfortunately, for Esipenko, which cost him a lot. Today, Group D still is quite mysterious. We don't have a leader in this group. All the draws has happened, and tomorrow is another day. We're gonna know what will bring, what that they're gonna bring. So I don't know what to expect, but for sure that we're gonna have a lot of decisive results, and these players will not play some passive or equal chess. They will go and try their best.
That's right. Well, right now there is an event ongoing. These 8 games have been finished. The FIDE Grand Prix has concluded for the day. Round 6 will be tomorrow. But right now is the Rapid Chess Championship. It is the knockout stage. We're getting deeper into the tournament, so we don't want anybody to miss even a second longer. So we'll send you on over to the Rapid Chess Championship. Ketty, it's been so fun today, and I guess, I'll see you and we'll see everybody else tomorrow.
Yes, what a great journey, and I'm very happy that we all witnessed this together. It's such an amazing day, but tomorrow will be another day and even more exciting day for all of us. So you guys, see you tomorrow at the same place at the same time.